filed complaint against Uddhav Thackeray. In the complaint, it has been said that Uddhav Thackeray had held a briefing on Mumbai poll day and that Uddhav Thackeray tried to influence polls. Well, the Chief Election Commissioner has ordered State EC officer to act against Uddhav. That is the latest coming in at this point in time in connection with this case. We are learning after the complaint had been filed against Uddhav Thackeray. Now we are learning the CEC has asked the State EC to take action against the party leader. Some more news now that we are tracking. The Election Commission today held a briefing a day ahead of the final counting of polls. The poll body countered opposition charges on EVMs and the voter turnout, saying that these were fake or mischievous narratives created by the opposition. The EC has said that it failed to understand the fake narratives of faulty voter lists and turnout data referring to the opposition. It said the last M is the misinformation and it controlled misinformation to a large extent. Well, the CEC also said that there has been no delay in releasing the voter turnout data, and the opposition parties, remember, had questioned the EC over the voter turnout data as well. The Election Commission today is clarified on the postal ballot count as well. A delegation of leaders from the India bloc had met the poll body yesterday and urged it to ensure that all guidelines are followed on June 4th, including declaring the postal ballot results before the outcome of EVMs is announced. The CEC has said that postal ballots have been and will always be counted first.
पोस्टल बैलेट की जो स्कीम है उसका रूल है 54A which was introduced in 1964 in the act. उस समय में बहुत सारे पोस्टल बैलेट्स नहीं थे. उस समय में सीनियर सिटीजन्स नहीं थे, PWDs नहीं थे, ETPBS भी उस तरीके का नहीं था. तो धीरे धीरे संख्या बढ़ रही है. For an inclusive election, it is necessary that we extend this facility. जो रूल कहता है वो क्लियर कहता है कि postal ballot counting will start first. So on all centers in the country, it will start first. No doubt about it. After only half an hour would start the EVM counting. So 2023 का एक केस था जो उस समय पड़ा हुआ था और हमारा रिप्लाई पड़ा हुआ था उसका उसी समय का. चुप. कब आया वो? पहली फेज से 4 दिन पहले. कैसे ना हमने वोटर टर्नआउट देने में देर की और ना वोटर टर्नआउट का डाटा एक नंबर से भी बढ़ सकता है. एक पैटर्न था. सब बह गए उसमें और हम समझ ही नहीं पाए क्या हुआ. इलेक्शन कराएं. ये जो जितने लोग जीप ले लेके और ईवीएम्स ले लेके जा रहे थे धूप में, उनको देखें या इससे लड़ें. हम अपनी गलती मानते हैं. हमने फेक न्यूज़, नैरेटिव्स, पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के बीच में चलेंगे, उनको लड़ाएंगे, किसी की पिक्चर किसी से लगाएंगे, ये सोचा था. उसको रोक दिया. हिंसा रोक दी, मनी रोक दी, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन वहाँ रोक दी, MCC भी बाय एंड लार्ज रोक दी. ये नहीं रोक, इसको पता ही नहीं था.
And well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम रिवाइंड करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. इमेजिन करो अगर सैमसंग ने उस टाइम पे एंड्रॉइड खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com.
Welcome back after the break. The Supreme Court has taken strict action against YRCP MLA. The MLA from Jagan's party has been accused of smashing an EVM, of which the videos have also been doing the rounds. Pinali Reddy has been barred from counting centres. The court had questioned interim protection given to the MLA. Well, remember, the Andhra Pradesh High Court had granted anticipatory bail to the MLA, and now this big development has taken place. My colleague Uma Sudhir gets us more.
Pinali Ramakrishna Reddy has been making news for the wrong reasons ever since counting day, I must say, because he has been now named in an FIR as an accused number 1, and just a couple of days after voting happened, a video had surfaced which showed Pinali Ramakrishna Reddy in fact going into a polling booth and seemingly destroying the VVPAT or dropping it to the ground and kicking it in fact with his feet as well, and subsequently the FIR that was lodged sought his arrest, and he in fact said that he was asked by the police to go away from Macherla constituency, and that's why he was in Hyderabad. But then he applied for anticipatory bail and that was granted, and that's something that the Supreme Court has taken objection to and now says that a similar episode could repeat on counting day at the counting center itself, and therefore has barred him from being anywhere near the counting center at Macherla. What I must point out is that the larger law and order situation in Andhra Pradesh, where we have seen in multiple districts there was trouble, there were clashes, and even post the election and even post counting there is apprehension that there could be violence, and that's the reason why the Election Commission has in fact said that 15 companies of Central Armed Police Forces will continue to be stationed in Andhra Pradesh post the elections for almost a fortnight after elections. Already the residents of Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy as well as Mr. Chandrababu Naidu have been, the security there has been upped, and in these districts where that we are talking about, whether it's a Guntur district, Macherla district, Chandragiri, all those areas, the police are on high alert, the armed forces, the central forces also deployed, and there have been flag marches and so on to send across the message that no violence is going to be tolerated. Yes, there was a special investigation team that had also gone into the incidents of violence and had in fact booked more than 100 people as accused in these cases. Back to you.
All right, shifting our focus now, the southwest monsoon has advanced to more regions. The monsoon has advanced to parts of Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh as well as Telangana. Well, 133 years record has been broken in single day as rains continue to impact Bengaluru. Also, we are learning 111.11 mm rain has been recorded on June 2nd. That is just yesterday. The Met Department, however, also has said that heat wave conditions will reduce further, and in isolated pockets, however, the heat wave will continue. Well, my colleague Pratibha also joins us on the broadcast here. Well, Pratibha, southwest monsoon continues to advance and it has also intensified in parts of Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana as well, we are learning.
Well, the rains have brought in some respite in Bengaluru, especially after a tremendous water crisis as well as the heat wave that was witnessed in the city. In the last 100 years, Bengaluru has received highest rainfall of 11 centimeters in the month of June. And just yesterday, it has recorded this rainfall, which is unprecedented and with a wind speed of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. Right from the beginning of this rainfall, which has transcended for about a week in Bengaluru, around 180 trees have been uprooted is what we learn according to reports. But just yesterday, trees and branches that were broken, the assessment of the exact damage is yet to come from the state government. What we hear from the Met Department here is that for the next 4-5 days, Bengaluru city will get rainfall, and as far as the state is concerned, most districts have been prepared to face this rainfall, except for one or two where things would take shape and the arrangements would be put in place by tomorrow, is what we learned.
All
the
right.
monsoon period, as usual, will continue for the next 4 months here.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us all those details. My colleague Himanshu also now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Well, the monsoon continues to advance in parts of South India, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Telangana. As we do understand, heavy rainfall alert has been sounded in these areas, and heat wave conditions are expected to reduce further. Himanshu, we are learning. The Met Department has said, however, heat wave conditions will continue to prevail in isolated pockets, but there is going to be more relief.
That's right. The official statement issued by Indian Met Department clearly says that in association with approaching western disturbance, rainfall and thunderstorm at a few places are likely over plains of northwest India during 5th to 7th June. As you know, the northwest India has been the worst affected by the heat waves, and from 17th till the end of May, we saw several states reel under severe heat wave, and many deaths have also been reported in different states. But this, of course, comes as a big relief because as the monsoon starts moving towards central India, in fact, the Met Department release also says that conditions are favorable for further advance of southwest monsoon into not only parts of South Peninsular India that you mentioned, but also in some parts of South Chhattisgarh and South Odisha and some more parts of West Central and Northwest Bay of Bengal, and it includes Maharashtra as well. So clearly, as the monsoon moves towards central and western India, and as the western disturbance also moves closer into this region, rainfall and thunderstorm activity will of course increase, and that of course will bring a lot of relief to millions of people who have suffered from heat wave for the last 2 weeks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Himanshu, for getting us all those details there. Well, rainfall alert has been sounded in these states, and of course, as my colleague Himanshu also has been informing us, that rainfall is expected in other parts of northwest India as well, and we'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, some more news now that we're tracking. A fire erupted at an industrial estate in the Lower Parel area of Mumbai this afternoon. We're learning no casualties have been reported in the incident, but at the same time, we're learning the blaze broke out in a shop on the 3rd floor of the Shah and Nahar Industrial Estate in Sunmill compound. However, there has been no report of any injury to anybody, we are learning. 4 fire engines had been rushed to the spot. Those are the visuals on your TV screens coming in at this point in time. Well, shifting our focus now, parachutists have recreated D-Day jumps from planes used in World War II operation to mark the 80th anniversary. They jumped from World War II era planes, hurling themselves on Sunday into now peaceful Normandy skies where war once raged. Now heralding a week of ceremonies for the fast disappearing generation of Allied troops who fought from D-Day beaches 80 years ago to Adolf Hitler's fall, helping free Europe of his tyranny.
The airplane that we were on was a bird that went through Normandy and Market Garden, and it's still the original static line cable. And so when you put your when you hook up, it's the same cable that they used 80 years ago.
And well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ settings को इस तरीके से tweak करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका screen on रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने networks को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है, जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें.
Suna joins us on the broadcast here. Radhika, action is expected against Uddhav Thackeray now.
Yes, that's a possibility now. Of course, Central Election Commission writing to state election officer to take action against Uddhav Thackeray. This over a complaint made by state BJP leader Ashish Shelar. In fact, he had complained that Uddhav Thackeray had violated model code of conduct by taking a press conference on the day of election in Mumbai, which was on May 20th. In fact, he had taken a press conference at his residence whereby he had made certain allegations against the BJP as well as the Election Commission. So post which, of course, Ashish Shelar making that complaint, Central Election Commission taking a note of the complaint, taking cognizance of it, and asking State Election Commission to take action against Uddhav Thackeray. Of course, State Election Commission had been reviewing it and also sent a draft report as far as this entire proceedings in the press conference is concerned. The Central Election Commission had also asked the state election officials to go through the recordings of that press conference and give a transcript on what exactly was spoken about and what exactly transpired at the press conference, all the details of which has been submitted to the Central Election Commission. And now, of course, it asking the state election officer to take action. We'll have to wait and see what kind of action will be taken, and we'll also be watching out for reactions from Uddhav camp.
Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details there. Well, we'll keep an eye on the developments there and get you more. With that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
दीप्ति, पेंटिंग करवा लो, वरना बारिश से काई जम जाएगी।
ऊपर वाला करेगा।
ये किसने पेंट किया?
नेरोलैक एक्सेल एवरलास्ट 12 सेल्फ क्लीनिंग पेंट दीवारों को 12 साल तक बचाए।
पेंट क्लास मात्रा।
ऐ भारत हम चल पड़े इस जुनून किस शान से, जन्नत नुमा कश्मीर से, आसाम के बागान से, महाराष्ट्र से, गुजरात से, कर्नाटक से, राजस्थान से, तब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से।
जेके टायर, देश का टायर।
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Markets surge after exit polls predict a big win for the BJP. Markets close at a record high ahead of the polling of the counting day. Nifty surged over 3% on result eve. The poll panel rejects Jairam Ramesh's plea ahead of counting day. The Election Commission has called upon Jairam Ramesh to prove his claim that there was a bid to influence district officials. The Election Commission asked Jairam Ramesh to file his response with facts by 7 p.m. today. After the opposition urged Election Commission to count postal ballots first, the Election Commission has conceded to opposition's postal ballot demand. The Chief Election Commissioner says that the postal ballots are always counted first. ED files a detailed charge sheet against K. Kavita. The charge sheet says that K. Kavita conspired with the South Group and that K. Kavita gave a 100 crore kickback to Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Manish Sisodia moves to Supreme Court. The top court set to hear Sisodia's bail plea tomorrow. Manish Sisodia challenges the Delhi High Court order. The cast of the movie Hamare 12 receives death threats. Actor Anu Kapoor meets the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and says that the Chief Minister has assured the cast protection. A new development in the Pune Porsche crash case. The car makers Porsche have submitted their report to the police, which says there was no fault in the car. The The southwest monsoon advances into some more parts of central Arabian Sea. Heavy rainfall alert across several states. A record rains in Bengaluru, 133 years record broken in single day in Bengaluru. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. Our top story today at this hour, there has been a massive spike in the stock markets. Markets have surged. This market surge have come after exit polls predicted a big win for the BJP and the NDA in the exit polls. Now, Nifty surged over 3% on the result eve. The policy continuity, upbeat economic data supporting market sectors and levels is something to watch out for, is what the experts say. India's stock markets shown post the historic polls. The big question is, a hat-trick for Prime Minister Modi equals a historic day for the markets? That's the question we are asking. Neeraj Shah gets us more details.
Record close for the markets. What's more important is the way we attained this record close. 3.25% higher, the biggest opening that we've had in probably the last 4 years in terms of the quantum of points gained. And by the way, this was not just restricted to the large caps. Sure, small caps didn't participate with as much gusto, but the mid caps certainly did. About 3% higher for the mid caps as well. Small caps may be a tad lower, but that's to be anticipated on the first day. Eventually, we'll see the small caps do better. And which is why I think the market breadth today, of course, banks led the way, and which is why I was saying large caps. But if you just see the breadth today, it started off with a bang and then kind of cooled off and narrowed during the close of the day. So it's not a breadth which is usually there when the market has such a sharp rally. But I don't think too many people should be complaining. PSUs did well, infrastructure did well. That whole bucket of stocks had a really strong outing. I think symptomatic of the fact that people were betting on policy push beneficiaries, if you will. Past policies have benefited PSUs, they've benefited infra names, and I think that's the set of stocks that we saw. Well, look at the gains that came into power financiers or gas companies or infra names like Concor, power names like NTPC. Oil and gas did really well, as GAIL, HP and IOC are suggesting as well. But the heat map shows you that while there were, very little red, and the quantum of red maybe expanded a little bit relative to the start when we just had one stock in the red, the gainers were right up there. The Adani twins, the PSU names, strong moves there, very, very strong. There's no point getting into individual names because almost everything had a very strong move. The one that surprised me a bit, and maybe that will happen tomorrow, is HDFC Bank. Usually you presume that in a case of FIs coming to buying or short covering happening, HDFC Bank would lead. It didn't lead today. Let's wait and watch if tomorrow could be the day. And just the BSE 500 gainers, if we can pull them up, gainers and losers as the case may be. Again, the list will seem eerily similar to infrastructure index because that's what led the move today, right? PSUs and infrastructure. So that list is the same. But the losers list had some of the defensives taking a bit of a step back. Not everything had news flow to it, but just that the market probably veered heavily towards this. It's not very often that we see a BSE 500 list wherein the top 8 gainers have double-digit gains themselves.
The Election Commission has refused to grant additional time to Congress leader Jairam Ramesh to back his claims that attempts were made to influence 150 district magistrates and collectors ahead of the June 4 vote count for the Lok Sabha elections. Now, Jairam Ramesh was asked by the poll panel to submit factual details by evening of the allegations that he made in a social media post recently. Jairam Ramesh, he wrote to the Election Commission seeking a week more to submit his reply. And Sunil Prabhu joins us to get us more details. Sunil, after Mr. Jairam Ramesh claimed that these officials are being influenced, the Election Commission has outrightly rejected his claims. What can be the repercussions?
Well, what they have said is that in the report that they have got from the DMs, nobody has said that there has been any undue influence or anybody has alleged or as pointed out by Mr. Jairam Ramesh, any call from the Home Minister. So it's in that context that they've asked Mr. Jairam Ramesh, who had sought a week's time, to immediately reply by 7 p.m. today. Otherwise, they will see it as not enough evidence and they can take appropriate action. So we'll have to wait and see what Mr. Jairam Ramesh does. But at this present juncture, the position of the Election Commission has been extremely tough because it has huge connotations on the counting process. As you're well aware, India has just finished an entire exercise in terms of voting. And as they get ready to count, the last thing that they want at this present juncture is a question mark on this alleged influence that has been put by Mr. Jairam Ramesh. And that is why the Election Commission wants to take a decision immediately to ensure that there is a free and fair election and that there has been no call for undue influence on any district magistrate.
All right, Sunil Prabhu, thank you very much for getting us the latest in that story. In fact, breaking news coming in at this point of time. A fire has been reported in a train near Sarita Vihar in the national capital. This fire has been reported in 4 coaches of this train. 5 fire engines are currently at the spot. There is no information of anyone being injured at the moment. So the fire, as you can see on your screens, a train has caught fire near the Sarita Vihar in Delhi, the national capital. This fire has been reported in 4 coaches as far as the reports are coming in at this point. 5 fire engines are currently at the spot to douse the fire and trying to douse the fire at this moment, while there has been no information of anyone being injured at this point of time. Mukesh joins us to get us more details. Mukesh, what are the details? We can see that there has been a massive fire in this train.
देखिए बिल्कुल जो फायर डिपार्टमेंट है उसको शाम को करीब 4:30 बजे जानकारी मिली कि सरता विहार के पास एक ट्रेन में आग लग गई है और ये ट्रेन जो है इसका नंबर है 12-280 ताज एक्सप्रेस। इसके 2 कोचेज में आग लगी थी और इसके बाद जो फायर डिपार्टमेंट है उसकी 5 गाड़ियां मौके पर पहुंची हैं और आग को लगभग बुझा लिया गया है। अब तक की जानकारी के मुताबिक कोई भी इस घटना में घायल नहीं हुआ है। सभी जो पैसेंजर्स थे वो टाइमली उनको इन कोचेज से निकाल दिया गया था। तो अभी जो आग है वो लगभग काबू पा लिया गया है। जो रूट है दिल्ली से मथुरा वाला रूट है वो जरूर ब्लॉक हो गया है क्योंकि मेन रूट पर ये ट्रेन जा रही थी, इसमें आग लग गई है। तो वहां पर जो ट्रेनों का बैकलॉग है वो काफी हो गया है, लेकिन राहत की बात यह है कि इस पूरी घटना में कोई भी घायल नहीं हुआ है और जो दमकल कर्मियों के अलावा जो रेलवे पुलिस है वो मौके पर पहुंच गई है और आग लगने के जो कारण है उनकी जांच की जा रही है।
All right, Mukesh Singh Sengar, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. So there is a massive fire that has taken place. A train is on fire, has been set on fire. The reasons are currently unknown. An election commission has conceded to opposition's postal ballot demand. The Chief Election Commissioner has said that the postal ballots are always counted first. Now, the Election Commission held a briefing a day ahead of the final counting of polls. The poll body today countered opposition charges on EVMs and the voter turnout, saying that these were fake or mischievous narratives that have been created by the opposition. Now, the Chief Election Commissioner also said that there has been no delay in releasing the voter turnout data. Remember, the opposition parties had questioned the Election Commission over the voter turnout data as well. The Election Commission also clarified on the postal ballot count. A delegation of leaders from the India opposition bloc met the poll body yesterday and urged it to ensure that all the guidelines are followed on June 4th, including declaring the postal ballot results before the outcome of the EVM is announced.
पोस्टल बैलेट की जो स्कीम है उसका रूल है 54A, which was introduced in 1964 in the act. उस समय में बहुत सारे पोस्टल बैलेट्स नहीं थे। उस समय में सीनियर सिटीजन्स नहीं थे, PWDs नहीं थे, ETPVS भी उस तरीके का नहीं था। तो धीरे धीरे संख्या बढ़ रही है और फॉर एन इंक्लूसिव इलेक्शन इट इज नेसेसरी दैट वी एक्सटेंड दिस फैसिलिटी है। तो रूल कहता है वो क्लियर कहता है कि postal ballot counting will start first. So on all centers in the country, it will start first. No doubt about it. After only half an hour would start the EVM counting. So 2023 का एक केस था जो उस समय पड़ा हुआ था और हमारा रिप्लाई पड़ा हुआ था उसका उसी समय का, चुप। कब आया वो? पहली फेज से 4 दिन पहले। कैसे ना हमने वोटर टर्नआउट देने में देर की और ना वोटर टर्नआउट का डाटा एक नंबर से भी बढ़ सकता है, एक पैटर्न था, सब बह गए उसमें और हम समझ ही नहीं पाए क्या हुआ। इलेक्शन कराएं, ये जो जितने लोग जीप ले लेके और ईवीएम्स ले लेके जा रहे थे धूप में, उनको देखें या इससे लड़ें। हम अपनी गलती मानते हैं, हमने फेक न्यूज़, फेक नैरेटिव्स पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के बीच में चलेंगे, उनको लड़ाएंगे, किसी की पिक्चर किसी से लगाएंगे, ये सोचा था, उसको रोक दिया। हिंसा रोक दी, मनी रोक दी, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन वहाँ रोक दी, एमसीसी भी बाय एंड लार्ज रोक दी, ये नहीं इसको पता ही नहीं था।
A big development in the Pune Porsche crash case. The car makers have now submitted their report to the police. The sources say that Porsche report has found no fault in the car. Remember, on May 19, 2 techies were killed after a 17-year-old teenager allegedly ran them over in his luxury car. The teenager has been in police's custody since. Now, the juvenile's father, mother, as well as the grandfather have also been arrested. The teen's family is accused of tampering with proof.
Many facts emerging in the Pune accident case. In fact, in a latest development, Porsche company has filed a report, has submitted a report before the Pune police after its technical analysis, saying that there were no technical fault or mechanical failure as far as the car is concerned. Remember, Porsche officials had conducted and examined the vehicle post the accident to understand if there was any mechanical fault. Now, the company officials in its report saying that there were no issues, no technical issues with the car. There are other developments also that took place over the last couple of days. In fact, in the latest, the minor accused was once again interrogated by the police, and the minor accused revealing to the police that he did not recollect the events of that particular day, the sequence of events leading to the accident and the sequence post the accident. When asked about the accident itself, when asked about the medical examination, he categorically stating that he did not recollect, remember anything, as he was under the influence of alcohol. So therefore the minor admitting that he was drunk, but at the same time saying that he cannot remember much. In fact, minor's mother, who was arrested for switching the blood samples, also making certain revelation, saying that she was in fact requested by the doctors to provide her blood samples, and she did not know what it was for, and she did not intend to save her minor son. As far as the son, the accused, the minor accused, or the family members are concerned, they've been changing statements constantly and they've not been cooperating with the police, is what we are being made to understand. All of them will be produced once again on June 5 before the court, as well as before the Juvenile Justice Board. As far as the minor is concerned, several people being questioned in connection to the case. Police still trying to find link between the family members as well as the doctors, also trying to understand if there are more people involved in the case, more people who were trying to influence the outcome of the case, and whether the family members were indeed trying to use money and their fame and power to sort of influence several other witnesses in the case, or whether they were trying to bribe any other government officials in order to save or protect this minor accused.
The Election Commission has taken cognizance of a complaint filed by a BJP leader against Uddhav Thackeray. This complaint states that Uddhav Thackeray held a briefing on the polling day in Mumbai. It also says that Uddhav Thackeray also tried to influence the polls. Now, the Chief Election Commissioner has ordered the State Election Commission officer to act against the former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Sanjay Raut, meanwhile, said that Election Commission is an extended branch of the BJP and that 12 district magistrates were intimidated in Maharashtra itself.
मेरी जानकारी है, मेरे पार्टी ने, शिवसेना ने अब तक चुनाव आयोग को 17 पत्र लिखे हैं, जिसमें बहुत सी शिकायतें हैं, कुछ सूचनाएं हैं। अब तक उसका कोई जवाब हमें आया नहीं। अमित शाह रामलल्ला का दर्शन फ्री में देंगे, बीजेपी को वोट दो, इस तरह से खुला प्रचार करते हैं। इस बारे में हमने पत्र लिखा, उनके ऊपर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक्सटेंडेड ब्रांच, एक शाखा है चुनाव आयोग।
Central Election Commission writing to state election officer to take action against Uddhav Thackeray. This over a complaint made by state BJP leader Ashish Shelar. In fact, he had complained that Uddhav Thackeray had violated Model Code of Conduct by taking a press conference on the day of election in Mumbai, which was on May 20th. In fact, he had taken a press conference at his residence, whereby he had made certain allegations against the BJP as well as the Election Commission. So post which, of course, Ashish Shelar making that complaint, Central Election Commission taking a note of the complaint, taking cognizance of it, and asking State Election Commission to take action against Uddhav Thackeray. Of course, State Election Commission had been reviewing it and also sent a draft report as far as this entire proceedings in the press conference is concerned. The Central Election Commission had also asked the state election officials to go through the recordings of that press conference and give a transcript on what exactly was spoken about and what exactly transpired at the press conference.
The Enforcement Directorate has filed a supplementary charge sheet against BRS leader K. Kavita in the Delhi liquor policy case. According to the charge sheet, the total proceeds of crime in this scam was rupees 1100 crore, out of which the ED has given details of rupees 292.8 crores in its charge sheet. According to this charge sheet, K. Kavita destroyed 9 phones. One phone was given to ED for investigation, whose data was found deleted. And Uma Sudhir joins us to get us more details. Uma, what more can you tell us about this supplementary charge sheet that has been filed against K. Kavita?
So it's a 177-page document that's been filed, the 6th supplementary charge sheet that's been filed. And in that, in fact, 5 new accused have been named, which includes, of course, Kalvakuntla Kavita herself and 4 others. And this, of course, the entire thing starts with the CBI case of August of 2022, when the Delhi excise policy, there were allegations of irregularities in that, and Kavita being named in this particular case. And subsequently today, of course, her judicial custody has been extended for another month till the 3rd of July. What is obvious, I must admit that I've not been able to go through all the pages of this charge sheet, and therefore I'm not able to tell you those details. But the little that I have been able to scan through, I can tell you that the Enforcement Directorate has taken a very serious view of the the kind of statements that she has made, not just in the writ petitions, but also in the statements that she has made as part of the interrogation that she underwent. And the allegation against her is that she has been making many political statements, that she has not been, she has not conceded to any of the WhatsApp chats, that she has denied the WhatsApp chats and the context and the meaning of those WhatsApp chats that she has had with her lawyer, Buchi Babu, as well. And pointing out that while Kavita made a big show of about 9 phones that she has had, and she had taken them personally to the Enforcement Directorate herself, but she had also spoken about one of them, she had given to the agency, and that phone, the agency has said that it was reformatted and they were not able to get any information out of it because it had already been reformatted. But they were saying that she has repeatedly made political statements, and they have asked her to refrain from doing so. And they also claim that in her writ petitions in court as well, she has been making false statements. Of course, the big picture here is that out of the 18 people who have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, 8 of them are in fact out, and what is also very interesting is that people who are said to be part of the South group along with Kavita, which includes Magunta Ragavalu, Magunta Srinivasulu, and also Sarath Chandra Reddy of Arabindo Pharma, all of them are known to have turned approvers and therefore out, and therefore whatever statements that they have made is now being presented and used as evidence also against Kavita. Back to you.
All right, Uma Sudhir, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola India's best 5G smartphone brand. Markets surge after exit polls predict a big win for the BJP. Markets close at a record high ahead of counting day. Nifty surged over 3% on result eve. The poll panel rejects Jairam Ramesh's plea ahead of counting day. The Election Commission has called upon Jairam Ramesh to prove his claim that there was a bid to influence district officials. The Election Commission asks Jairam Ramesh to file his response with facts by 7 p.m. today. After the opposition urged Election Commission to count postal ballots first, the Election Commission concedes to opposition's postal ballot demand and says that postal ballots are always counted first. ED files a detailed charge sheet against K. Kavita. The charge sheet says K. Kavita conspired with South Group and that K. Kavita gave 100 crore kickback to Aam Aadmi Party leaders.
Brought to you by. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome back. The latest in the Delhi liquor policy scam case. Former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has reached Supreme Court. He has asked for bail from the Supreme Court. The top court will hear his bail plea on Tuesday. Now, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, sought bail from the Supreme Court in the CBI and ED cases, and he challenged the decision of the Delhi High Court. Remember, on May 21st, former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's bail plea was rejected in the CBI and ED case. And Ashish Bhargav joins us on the phone line to get us more details. Ashish, former Deputy Chief Minister, he is in jail since February 2023. What can we expect in terms of any relief that Mr. Sisodia might get anytime soon?
Yeah, so Manish Sisodia must be very hopeful that Supreme Court will give any kind of relief to him. But tomorrow will be the first hearing, and we expect that notice will be issued by the court to ED as well as CBI. Also, Manish Sisodia challenged Delhi High Court order on his bail, refusing bail to him. The High Court had said that Manish Sisodia abused his power and breached public trust information in formulation of excise policy. Also, High Court has said that Sisodia is very influential and may tamper with evidence if granted bail. Lower court also denied bail to him. Then he approached High Court. Now, after getting no relief from Delhi High Court, he has approached to Supreme Court. And tomorrow will be the important hearing. Maybe High Court, Supreme Court will issue notice to ED and CBI to respond on his plea. But as an interview, we have to see what the court will say. As the vacation is going on and the vacation bench is hearing this matter, so we have to see whether vacation bench will hearing vacation also or post, after notice posted this matter to July, because July 8th the Supreme Court will open again. So I'm sure that Manish Sisodia will be very hopeful he will get some kind of relief from Supreme Court. Also, this is a very important attachment to state when Arvind Kejriwal already surrendered, and his petition for quashing ED arrest and remand of trial court is order reserved on May 17, and Supreme Court will be likely to pronounce this order on his judgment on his petition after the vacation. So tomorrow will be the important hearing in Supreme Court. Yeah.
All right, Ashish Bhargav, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. The cast of the movie Hamare 12 has received death threats. Now, actor Anu Kapoor, he met the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, and he says that the Chief Minister has assured the cast protection. The movie, remember, is under the lens for its content and the theme.
जान की धमकी मिल रही है, सर काटने की धमकी मिल रही है। 7 जून को, अभी शुक्रवार को, हमारे 12 पूरे भारतवर्ष में और 15 और देशों के अंदर ये फिल्म रिलीज होने वाली है। और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र से अनुरोध किया है हमने कि हमें सुरक्षा प्रदान की जाए, और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय ने आश्वासन दिया है और निर्देश दिए हैं अपने शासन तंत्र को कि हमारे 12 की पूरी यूनिट को, फिल्म को और निर्देशक को, प्रोड्यूसर को और सभी कलाकारों को सुरक्षा प्रदान की जाएगी।
The Nagpur District Court on Monday handed a life imprisonment to former BrahMos Aerospace Private Limited engineer Nishant Agarwal under the Official Secrets Act for spying for Pakistan's ISI. Now, Agarwal will also have to undergo rigorous imprisonment for 14 years and was also fined rupees 3,000. Additional Sessions Court Judge M.B. Deshpande stated in the order that Agarwal was convicted under Section 235 of the Criminal Procedure Code for an offence punishable under Section 66F of the IT Act and various sections of the Official Secrets Act. And Sanjay Tiwari joins us on the phone line. Mr. Tiwari, what can you tell us about this entire case? I mean, a former aerospace private limited engineer, he has been he has been booked under the Official Secrets Act for spying for the ISI.
Yeah, that's right. BrahMos Aerospace Limited, BAL, is a defense research and development organization, that is DRDO affiliated company. And as we all know, Nishant was employed there by BAL at its Nagpur premises, and it is an India-Russia joint venture unit. So he was arrested in October 2018 for spying on behalf of Pakistan's ISI. Yeah, it was a joint operation by Maharashtra and UP ATS. It was found that he had illegally stored sensitive information about BrahMos missiles in his personal computer. Now, there is strict no to any DRDO scientist, and he knew that, yet he did. And what's more, he had revealed his true identity on social media platforms. Then it is believed that a fake account had lured him to download a malware which was a spyware, and he was not expecting it. And he was a senior systems engineer, and it was not expected that he would download any such unwanted malware. And there was also information that he was leaking some crucial inputs to a social media account, and it later came out to be known that this social media account was a fake account. So he had probably used also a coded game to send vital information to Pakistan's ISI agents. So all this was brought before the court, and the sentence was delivered today.
All right, Sanjay Tiwari, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. Time for a very short break. More news on the other side.
Brought to you.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is...
Welcome back. There has been a massive spike in the stock markets. The market surge comes after the exit polls predicted a big win for the BJP and the NDA. The Nifty surged over 3% on result eve. Policy continuity, upbeat economic data supporting market sectors and levels is something to watch out for, according to experts. Now, the big question is that a hat-trick for Prime Minister Modi equals historic day for the markets. Neeraj Shah gets us more report.
Record close for the markets. What's more important is the way we attained this record close. 3.25% higher, the biggest opening that we've had in probably the last 4 years in terms of the quantum of points gained. And by the way, this was not just restricted to the large caps. Sure, small caps didn't participate with as much gusto, but the mid caps certainly did. About 3% higher for the mid caps as well. Small caps may be a tad lower, but that's to be anticipated on the first day. Eventually, we'll see the small caps do better. And which is why I think the market breadth today, of course, banks led the way, and which is why I was saying large caps. But if you just see the breadth today, it started off with a bang and then kind of cooled off and narrowed during the close of the day. So it's not a breadth which is usually there when the market has such a sharp rally. But I don't think too many people should be complaining. PSUs did well, infrastructure did well. That whole bucket of stocks had a really strong outing. I think symptomatic of the fact that people were betting on policy push beneficiaries, if you will. Past policies have benefited PSUs, they've benefited infra names, and I think that's the set of stocks that we saw. Well, look at the gains that came into power financiers or gas companies or infra names like Concor, power names like NTPC. Oil and gas did really well, as GAIL, HP and IOC are suggesting as well. But the heat map shows you that while there were, very little red, and the quantum of red maybe expanded a little bit relative to the start when we just had one stock in the red, the gainers were right up there. The Adani twins, the PSU names, strong moves there, very, very strong. There's no point getting into individual names because almost everything had a very strong move. The one that surprised me a bit, and maybe that will happen tomorrow, is HDFC Bank. Usually you presume that in a case of FIs coming to buying or short covering happening, HDFC Bank would lead. It didn't lead today. Let's wait and watch if tomorrow could be the day. And just the BSE 500 gainers, if we can pull them up, gainers and losers as the case may be. Again, the list will seem eerily similar to infrastructure index because that's what led the move today, right? PSUs and infrastructure. So that list is the same. But the losers list had some of the defensives taking a bit of a step back. Not everything had news flow to it, but just that the market probably veered heavily towards this. It's not very often that we see a BSE 500 list wherein the top 8 gainers have double-digit gains themselves.
The Election Commission has refused to grant additional time to Congress leader Jairam Ramesh to back his claims that attempts were made to influence 150 district magistrates and collectors ahead of June 4 vote count for the Lok Sabha elections. Now, Jairam Ramesh was asked by the poll panel to submit factual details by Sunday evening of the allegations that he made in a social media post recently. Jairam Ramesh wrote to the Election Commission on Monday seeking a week more to submit his reply, and Jairam Ramesh was given time till 7 p.m. today. The Election Commission has asked Jairam Ramesh to file his response with facts by 7 p.m. today.
Nobody has said that there has been any undue influence, or anybody has alleged or as pointed out by Mr. Jairam Ramesh, any call from the Home Minister. So it's in that context that they've asked Mr. Jairam Ramesh, who had sought a week's time, to immediately reply by 7 p.m. today. Otherwise, they will see it as not enough evidence and they can take appropriate action. So we'll have to wait and see what Mr. Jairam Ramesh does. But at this present juncture, the position of the Election Commission has been extremely tough because it has huge connotations on the counting process. As you're well aware, India has just finished an entire exercise in terms of voting, and as they get ready to count, the last thing that they want at this present juncture is a question mark on this alleged influence that has been put by Mr. Jairam Ramesh, and that is why the Election Commission wants to take a decision immediately to ensure that there is a free and fair election and that there has been no call or undue influence on any district magistrate.
The Election Commission has conceded to opposition's postal ballot demand, saying that the postal ballots are always counted first. Now, the Election Commission held a briefing a day ahead of the final counting of polls. The poll body today countered opposition charges on EVMs and the voter turnout, saying that these were fake or mischievous narratives created by the opposition. The Chief Election Commissioner also said that there has been no delay in releasing the voter turnout data. Remember, the opposition parties had questioned the Election Commission over the voter turnout data as well. The Election Commission also clarified on the postal ballot count. A delegation of leaders from the India opposition bloc met the poll body yesterday and urged it to ensure that all the guidelines are followed on June 4th, including declaring the postal ballot results before the outcome of the EVMs is announced. The Chief Election Commissioner said that postal ballots have always been and will always be counted first.
पोस्टल बैलेट की जो स्कीम है उसका रूल है 54A, which was introduced in 1964 in the act. उस समय में बहुत सारे पोस्टल बैलेट्स नहीं थे. उस समय में सीनियर सिटीजन्स नहीं थे, PWDs नहीं थे, ETPBS भी उस तरीके का नहीं था. तो धीरे धीरे संख्या बढ़ रही है. और फॉर एन इंक्लूसिव इलेक्शन इट इज नेसेसरी दैट वी एक्सटेंड दिस फैसिलिटी. जो रूल कहता है वो क्लियर कहता है कि पोस्टल बैलेट काउंटिंग विल स्टार्ट फर्स्ट. सो ऑन ऑल सेंटर्स इन द कंट्री इट विल स्टार्ट फर्स्ट, नो डाउट अबाउट इट. आफ्टर ओनली हाफ एन आवर वुड स्टार्ट दी EVM काउंटिंग. सो 2023 का एक केस था जो उस समय पड़ा हुआ था और हमारा रिप्लाई पड़ा हुआ था उसका उसी समय का. चुप. कब आया वो? पहली फेज से 4 दिन पहले. कैसे ना हमने वोटर टर्नआउट देने में देर की और ना वोटर टर्नआउट का डाटा एक नंबर से भी बढ़ सकता है. एक पैटर्न था, सब बह गए उसमें और हम समझ ही नहीं पाए क्या हुआ. इलेक्शन कराएं, ये जो जितने लोग जीप ले लेके और EVMs ले लेके जा रहे थे धूप में, उनको देखें या इससे लड़ें. हम अपनी गलती मानते हैं. हमने फेक न्यूज़, फेक नैरेटिव्स पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के बीच में चलेंगे, उनको लड़ाएंगे, किसी की पिक्चर किसी से लगाएंगे, ये सोचा था. उसको रोक दिया. हिंसा रोक दी, मनी रोक दी, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन वहाँ रोक दी, MCC भी बाय एंड लार्ज रोक दी. ये नहीं इसको पता ही नहीं था.
And the Bharatiya Janata Party held a strategy meet ahead of the counting day. The BJP leaders, they reviewed the poll campaign A detailed discussion was also done on the 7 phases of the Lok Sabha elections. These discussions also centered around the counting day preparations as well.
आज हम सब ने बैठकर की और उस आधार पर आने वाले कल जब मतगणना होगी तो पूरे देश के प्रदेश के मतगणना की रचना जो लगनी चाहिए प्रॉपर पार्टी की ओर से, जिस प्रकार सभी बूथ पर काउंटिंग एजेंट सही समय पे पहुंचे, कहां पर कितने नियुक्त हुए, अभी नहीं नियुक्त हुए, कुछ दिक्कत कहीं पर है क्या, कहीं पर वोटिंग को लेके काउंटिंग को लेके कुछ अगर शंका है तो वहां पर पार्टी के पदाधिकारी विशेष ध्यान दें.
The top agenda of the meeting, of course, is to decide the kind of the scale of celebrations that have to be ensured once the results come out. And like all exit polls have predicted, a comfortable win, a big win for the BJP and an improved mandate for the NDA. So what I understand is like we can expect a lot of road shows, a lot of celebrations for the BJP, some of which will be led by the Prime Minister himself. But the larger questions remain as to who will lead the party in the future. Remember, the term of the present President JP Nadda also will end in June. Of course, who will be the leader of the House in Rajya Sabha, who will hold important key positions in the party. There'll be a new party, there'll be a new structure in place, and there'll also be many changes in the party and in the government even as we proceed. The first 100 days are going to be very critical. So all of these things are going to be discussed in these meetings. Yesterday there was an important meeting. The Prime Minister himself chaired 7 meetings as part of the governance agenda in which he emphasized on the 100-day plan. What I hear is that BJP too has been holding meetings of this sort. Amit Shah himself was there today. Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, also arrived about an hour ago, and so these meetings are going on. Vinod Tavade and powerful general secretaries like Tarun Chugh in charge of the organization, building narratives, and of course publicity and communication were also part of this meeting. So this is a critical, important meeting that's happening today.
The Supreme Court has come down heavily on the YSRCP MLA. The Apex Court has barred the YSRCP MLA Pinnalli Reddy from being present at the counting station as he becomes the first public representative to be barred. The MLA from Jagan Mohan Reddy's party is accused of smashing EVMs. The Supreme Court also questioned the interim protection that was given to Reddy. The Andhra Pradesh High Court had granted anticipatory bail to the MLA.
Pinnalli Ramakrishna Reddy has been making news for the wrong reasons ever since counting day, I must say, because he has been now named in an FIR as an accused number 1, and just a couple of days after voting happened, a video had surfaced which showed Pinnalli Ramakrishna Reddy in fact going into a polling booth and seemingly destroying the VVPAT or dropping it to the ground and kicking it in fact with his feet as well, and subsequently the FIR that was lodged sought his arrest, and he in fact said that he was asked by the police to go away from Macherla constituency, and that's why he was in Hyderabad. But then he applied for anticipatory bail and that was granted, and that's something that the Supreme Court has taken objection to and now says that a similar episode could repeat on counting day at the counting center itself, and therefore has barred him from being anywhere near the counting center at Macherla. What I must point out is that the larger law and order situation in Andhra Pradesh, where we have seen in multiple districts there was trouble, there were clashes, and even post the election and even post counting there is apprehension that there could be violence, and that's the reason why the Election Commission has in fact said that 15 companies of Central Armed Police Forces will continue to be stationed in Andhra Pradesh post the elections for almost a fortnight after elections. Already the residents of Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy as well as Mr. Chandrababu Naidu have been, the security there has been upped, and in these districts that we are talking about, whether it's a Guntur district, Macherla district, Chandragiri, all those areas, the police are on high alert, the armed forces, the central forces also deployed, and there have been flag marches and so on to send across the message that no violence is going to be tolerated. Yes, there was a special investigation team that had also gone into the incidents of violence and had in fact booked more than 100 people as accused in these cases. Back to you.
All right, the latest in the Karnataka sex crimes case, the search for Prajwal Revanna's mother is on. The special investigation team has raided, and the raids are on to trace Prajwal Revanna's mother, Bhavani Revanna. She is supposed to be questioned in a kidnapping case. Now, the court has rejected Bhavani's petition against the arrest in Hassan. And Pratibha joins us to get us more details. Pratibha, it took a month. Over a month to arrest Prajwal Revanna. How soon can we expect the police to arrest his mother? And another big question is that Prajwal's father, H.D. Revanna, was given bail in the kidnapping case. What can we expect in his mother's case now?
Well, as far as both the mother as well as the father go, the battle seems to lie in the court. With respect to Bhavani Revanna there, the anticipatory bail, yes, like you mentioned, was dismissed by the Sessions Court. However, what we hear is that sources from the Bhavani's counsel have approached the Karnataka High Court to apply for a fresh anticipatory bail today. And the answers would lie there. But in the meantime, yes, searches continue. The manhunt also continues for Bhavani Revanna by the SIT because they had already issued a notice and they had gone all the way to Hassan and they waited there for at least around 7 hours and there was absolutely no sign of Bhavani Revanna there. Now, what is interesting is that her name hasn't been mentioned in any of the FIRs that have been registered, but then her name was taken in one of the complaints that was filed by the son of one of the victims featured in those videos there.
All right, Pratibha, we'll have to interrupt you at this point. Sudhanshu Trivedi is right now speaking. Let's listen to what he has to say.
एक्सरे किया और एक्सरे के बाद 2200 करोड़ की जो प्रॉपर्टीज निकली हैं वो बातें कैश सामने दिखाई पड़ रहा था। परंतु मैं कांग्रेस से कुछ गंभीर सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं। क्या पिछले वर्ष तेलंगाना और कर्नाटक में चुनाव आयोग ने सही काम किया था और केवल राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़ में गलत काम हुआ? क्या 2018 में राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ में अच्छा काम किया था और 2023 में गड़बड़ हो गया? तो मैं विपक्ष से पूछना चाहता हूं, आप उत्तर से दक्षिण तक चलिए, ये किस प्रकार की आप भ्रम फैलाने वाली निम्न स्तरीय बातें कर रहे हैं? मतलब उनके हिसाब से चुनाव आयोग ने पंजाब में अच्छा काम किया, हरियाणा में अच्छा काम नहीं किया, हिमाचल में अच्छा काम किया, उत्तराखंड में अच्छा काम नहीं किया, दिल्ली में अच्छा काम किया, उत्तर प्रदेश में अच्छा काम नहीं किया, और उसके बाद उसने बंगाल में अच्छा काम किया था और तेलंगाना में अच्छा काम किया, मगर क्या बताएं गुजरात और महाराष्ट्र में अच्छा काम नहीं किया। फिर उसने तमिलनाडु में अच्छा काम किया, फिर उसने कर्नाटक में अच्छा काम किया, मगर असम में अच्छा काम नहीं किया, फिर केरल में भी अच्छा काम किया, मगर क्या बताएं फिर इस बार राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश में गड़बड़ काम कर दिया। ये कह के आप साबित क्या करना चाहते हैं? जय पराजय होती रहती है, परंतु लोकतंत्र के ऊपर आक्षेप मत करिए और अंदर लाइटर नोट कहूं, पूरे देश को पप्पू समझने का प्रयास मत करिए। मैंने किसी व्यक्ति का नाम नहीं लिया है, मैंने सिर्फ यह बात कही है कि आप उत्तर से दक्षिण तक देख रहे हैं और उसके बाद, और मैं यह भी कहना चाहता हूं, पराजय दिख रही है तो पराजित आप अनेक बार हुए हैं। जब आपके यहां से सत्ता गई तो दोबारा लौट के नहीं आई। मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूं, 1967 में आप तमिलनाडु से गए, आज तक लौट के नहीं आए। 1977 में कांग्रेस वेस्ट बंगाल से गई, आज तक लौट के नहीं आई। 1989 में यूपी बिहार से गए, आज तक लौट के नहीं आए। 1990 में गुजरात में गए, बीच में जनता दल का कांग्रेस में कुछ समय के लिए विलय हो गया था, आज तक लौट के नहीं आए। मेरे भाई, आप अनेक बार हार चुके हैं और ऐसे हारे हैं कि वो वेंट सो ऐसो वेंट की के महीना ही। तो भाई, अगर केंद्र में आपको मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक प्रबल दिखाई पड़ रहा है नेतृत्व, तो ईमानदारी से लड़िए, परंतु लोकतंत्र को लांछित मत करिए। मतलब इनकी हालत जानते क्या हो गई है? जैसे पुराने जमाने के बिगड़े दिल शहजादे होते थे ना, हम गलत नहीं हो सकते, सब गलत है। इलेक्शन कमीशन गलत हो सकता है, कोर्ट गलत हो सकता है, लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था गलत हो सकती है, जनता गलत हो सकती है। इसलिए मैं सिर्फ यह कहना चाहूंगा, ईमानदारी से चुनाव परिणाम की प्रतीक्षा करिए। हम भी प्रतीक्षा कर रहे हैं। आज तो अब 24 घंटे की भी बात नहीं रह गई है, 20 घंटे के बाद दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। आपको जितना मट्ठा करना था आपने कर दिया, परंतु छाछ का छाछ और दूध का दूध भी साफ हो जाएगा। परंतु मैं अंत में सिर्फ यह कहना चाहूंगा कि अब तो अनेक लोग ये भी स्वीकार करने लगे हैं, हमें इस बात का शक ये होता है कि ठीक है, कौन सी ऐसी शक्तियां थीं जिन्होंने भारत के अंदर अनरेस्ट पैदा करने का कोई मौका नहीं छोड़ा, और आज भारतीयों के मन में यह संदेह है कि चुनाव के परिणाम के समय भी कहीं ये कौन सी अज्ञात शक्तियां हैं जिनके द्वारा जाने में या अनजाने में ये लोग संचालित होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। क्योंकि अनेक मीडिया में इस प्रकार की बातें आई थी कि देश के अंदर और देश के बाहर से बहुत सी शक्तियों ने इस बात के लिए प्रयत्न और संकल्प किए थे कि वो सरकार को नहीं आने देंगे, आप लड़िए ईमानदारी से और जो हो उस निर्णय को स्वीकार करिए। तो मैं सिर्फ ये कहूंगा, अभी जो फिलहाल एग्जिट पोल के जो रिजल्ट्स आए हैं, हम लोग बचपन में कांग्रेस एक नारा देती थी कि सारे भारत से नाता है और सरकार चलाना आता है। अब जनता ने बता दिया कि सरकार चलाना किसे आता है और सारे भारत से नाता भी टूट गया। अब इनका नारा केवल एक हो गया है, लोकतंत्र नहीं सुहाता है, इसलिए केवल बवाल मचाना आता है। तो मैं अंत में सिर्फ ये कहना चाहूंगा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जवाब दे कि आप लगातार अनेक राज्यों में चुनाव हारे हैं, अनेक राज्यों में चुनाव जीते हैं। चुनावी प्रक्रिया और लोकतंत्र के ऊपर आघात भारत का कोई भी भारतवासी स्वीकार करने को तैयार नहीं है। चुनाव की हार जीत के लिए आप परिपक्व विपक्ष की भूमिका कैसे निभाई जानी चाहिए हमसे सीखिए। हम सबसे लंबे समय तक विपक्ष में रहे हैं, सबसे ज्यादा चुनाव हारे हैं, मगर कभी भी इस प्रकार का आचरण नहीं किया है। तो अब साबित हो गया, ना कांग्रेस को सरकार चलाना आता है, ना विपक्ष की भूमिका निभाना आता है। धन्यवाद। इंग्लिश में कह देते हैं। Friends, the elections have come in the last phase. Electoral process has completed. But unfortunately, this election, though it was world's biggest election, meticulously elaborated, technologically infused process has been used, which has seen the least number of electoral violence and even electoral malpractices. Despite that, it has seen the worst form of verbal hatred which has been tried to inflict to create an unrest in the society. Sometimes these type of frivolous and flimsy allegations like the democracy is in danger, sometimes the reservation is in danger.
All right, time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV. चुनाव बने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हवेली NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव सही मतलब NDTV.
तीर्दल एनरोल NDTV.
चुटणी એટલે NDTV.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है. यू नो व्हाट हैपेंड सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम रिवाइंड करें अबाउट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ एंड्रॉयड. वेल गाइस, द क्रिएटर्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड जब उन्होंने बना लिया, यू नो,
Welcome back. Parachutists have recreated D-Day jumps from planes used in World War II operation to mark 80th anniversary. They jumped from World War II era planes, hurling themselves on Sunday into now peaceful Normandy skies where war once raged, heralding a week of ceremonies for the fast disappearing generation of Allied troops who fought from D-Day beaches 80 years ago to Adolf Hitler's fall, helping free Europe of his tyranny.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Claudia Sheinbaum was elected Mexico's first woman president by a landslide, making history in a country plagued by rampant criminal and gender-based violence.
Brought to you.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव बने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
Enikalu ante NDTV.
इलेक्शन हवेली NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
தேர்தல் என்றால் NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
वैसे शेयरिंग से याद आया, समटाइम्स यू नो इट्स अ थिंग दैट वी नीड टू शेयर आवर वाईफाई नेटवर्क. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, मे बी देयर सम गेस्ट कमिंग इन एंड यू वुड वांट टू शेयर योर वाईफाई. द प्रॉब्लम कम्स if your password is very complicated or maybe you not want to say it out loud कि आपका पासवर्ड क्या है. ऐसे में आप वाईफाई नेटवर्क कैसे शेयर कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको वाईफाई का नाम दिखता है, just next to it or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में कहीं लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके Wi-Fi से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Very good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. 6 p.m. ladies and gentlemen, we'll focus on what to expect tomorrow. There is a lot more news that we have packed in the next 1 hour. Let's start with the headlines we're tracking at this moment. Countdown to D-Day begins. Exit polls predict a big win for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Modi wave on opposition or opposition's undercurrent is the big question that will be answered tomorrow. Markets surge after exit polls predict big BJP win. Markets close at record high ahead of the D-Day. Nifty surge over 3% on the result day eve. BJP ups the ante after Election Commission rebuke to Jairam Ramesh. BJP says wait for the results. Earlier, poll panel rejected Jairam Ramesh's plea ahead of the counting day. The EC has called upon Jairam Ramesh to prove his claim by 7 p.m. tonight. After the opposition urged the Election Commission to count the postal ballots first, EC concedes to the opposition postal ballot demand. CEC says postal ballots are always counted first. ED files a detailed charge sheet against BRS leader K. Kavita. Charge sheet against K. Kavita says that she conspired with the South group. K. Kavita gave 100 crore kickback to the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. The cast of the movie Hamara Bara receives death threats. In fact, actor Anu Kapoor meets Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and says the Chief Minister has assured the cast of protection. Southwest monsoon advanced into some more parts of Central Arabian Sea. Heavy rainfall after alert across several states. Record rains in Bengaluru, 133 years. Record broken in a single day. We're getting some breaking news at this moment. In fact, the NCW chairperson Rekha Sharma has taken suo motu cognizance of the violence and the situation that emerged in Sandesh Khali. In fact, she's written to the CEC to allow the commission to visit the violence-prone area in West Bengal. This is the latest that we are getting in, even on the election day, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, there has been some clashes which were reported in Sandesh Khali, some injuries as well, as far as clashes broke out between the TMC and the BJP supporters on the day of the voting. This has been one of the key issues, in fact, one of the issues that has put Mamata Banerjee government on the back foot. And what we are now hearing is that the NCW, the National Commission of Women, has in fact asked the chief of the election team in West Bengal to try to give them permission to visit this place. All right, we are counting down, ladies and gentlemen. Now less than 24 hours, in fact, just about 6 o'clock. So the coverage will start at 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. So 12 hours there. But at 8 o'clock tomorrow, 14 hours from now, we'll start getting the counting process for this big election, which has concluded now, will begin. And tomorrow is going to be the most important day. What to expect tomorrow? Also with exit polls, the way the preparations are going on, the Election Commission also coming out speaking about this process. Every political party at this moment is making claims and counter-claims. Let's just try and understand what are the key features to watch out for as far as this election is concerned, which has recorded 64 crore voters exercising their franchise, the largest, the biggest exercise anywhere across in the democratic world. I'm joined by Nishtha Gautam, senior journalist, who is with us at this moment. Aditi Fadnis, consulting editor, Business Standard, also joining us this evening. We also, in fact, I'll start with you, Nishtha, first. Welcome. Good evening, ladies. Nishtha, you know, now exit polls is done. The hype, not only across the country, we saw the hype in the markets as well, but what will be the few important things, the few important indications that you would look out for when the results start trickling in tomorrow?
Indications, we'll not be looking for any indications. We'd actually be looking at the confirmation of whether we have been correct in our assessments or not. It is as simple as that. Whether it is time for me or anybody else who've been sticking their neck out for whatever, you know, we thought the outcome would be, whether it is time for us to eat crow, nicely spiced and fried. It is just that.
Yeah, you know, because no matter what the result is, it will also in a way pave path forward for, you know, the way things are going to be ahead, not only for if the exit poll numbers go as per, and these numbers turn into exact poll for the Modi government 3.0, but there will be some important indications for the opposition and, of course, for the upcoming elections in the states as well. Aditi, in that sense, of course, it's a significant election. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, if he wins this term and he wins it as big as the polls are predicting, possibly one of the only leaders across the globe who would be winning 3 consecutive terms, and every term with a bigger margin than the last one.
Well, yes, he will be, but I think the most important thing that I will be looking out for is not celebrating this fact, but the fact that India has actually gone through so many trials and tribulations and has still come out in large numbers to vote. And it is by and large a fair election. A new government is going to be installed, which is going to hopefully hear what we have been hearing from voters across India when we've gone out to for the campaigns. So that is what I think we should be looking at.
Right. Nisha, if I may bring you in at this moment, just for a short while, but the fact remains that while people have been talking about, whether the exit polls are going to be true or not, people are betting at this moment. The sense that remains that despite, even if these numbers come true, as Aditi is saying, there are serious issues on the ground. People are grappling with very common, basic issues. So for the government to come in, there will be challenges as well. It's not going to be a continuity of sorts that many people would be expecting. It's just not about the share market, but also the lives of the common people and how the government then takes on these challenges.
Absolutely. And this is what we can hope for, because a government that comes the third time with a huge mandate, as predicted by exit polls, also comes, armed with a lot of, not armed, but it kind of inherits a lot of problems that are kind of, created in the past two to 10 years. So yes, they have only themselves to blame for every challenge that they would be grappling with. Right. And they better do it right, because as we have seen in this country that no matter how big a party has been, how big or a larger than life a leader has been, their time has come to an end eventually, right? Every party has been punished by voters. The BJP will also be punished by its voters eventually if it does not deliver, because no voter base can remain captive at the cost of the basic needs that remain unmet for the longest time. And the biggest need that the country has, the voters of this country have, is that of employment.
Right.
Everywhere you go, everybody you speak to, whether rich or poor, this is the concern, that India is in this state of growth, but where are the jobs?
The only basis of discussion at this moment, of course, are these exit polls. NDTV has done the poll of polls as well. But Aditi, if I may, bring you in once again, going by the numbers that have been suggested, this would mean, A, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's popularity remains intact, and he has been able to paper through many of the local anti-incumbency factors that his MPs or possibly the government has been facing. For the Prime Minister, and for what kind of a shape do you see as far as the government is concerned? There is so much happening even as we speak. Nitish Kumar in the national capital, there have been speculations about him going into, as far as centre is concerned. What kind of a shape of the government do you see forming up if these numbers hold true tomorrow?
Well, I would like to suspend judgment on that because we don't know what the numbers are. But we can speak hypothetically. We are not barred, unlike bureaucrats and politicians, by operating on hypotheses. So let's say the Prime Minister leads a campaign and the numbers are around the same as they were last time.
Right.
So par for the course, you continue with your manpower deployment, whatever it is, and you continue. So it's more of the same because the same has worked in this election. But if the numbers fall precipitously short of a full majority, and you have to rely on a number of invisible friends, or rather friends visible and invisible, to keep your government shored up, then
Right.
it's a different ballgame altogether. And if your numbers are huge and they surpass all expectations, then of course the Prime Minister is king. I mean,
Right.
he is the king of the world. He can do what he wants. He doesn't have to listen to anybody, really.
Right, because as I said, I mean, we're trying to decode what these numbers are saying because that's the only data at this moment that we have. Of course, tomorrow the entire picture changes with the exact numbers when they'll start coming in. Nisha, what has, if I ask you on the basis of these exit polls, what has surprised you the most? And if these numbers hold, whether it is in the margin of people saying giving the upper edge to 401 or over 400, or they are in the range of 350 or so and so forth, the fact remains that if these numbers hold, for the first time, the Bharatiya Janata Party would have, barring Kashmir, they will have a member of parliament from every nook and corner of this country, including Kerala. How do you see that changing the whole political equation, and what will that mean for the opposition?
It just confirms the hypothesis that a lot of us have sort of operated on all along the elections, and even before that Bharatiya Janata Party is a very patient party, that it likes to work towards an end goal, which may not be the immediate elections or winning seats, or even making a bigger vote share in the next elections, whether they are the general elections or the Vidhan Sabha elections or even the local body elections. They actually work towards getting people on their side. We have to remember that this is a party that waited for good 40 years in the opposition before they came under Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee. They came to power. So this you have to give it to the party. We may agree or disagree with the ways and means that they employ to get people over to their side. It also involves all the Lego-like arrangements, the Lego-like play that they engage in states where legislators are very happily jumping the ship.
Right.
So all of that, I think, has to be seen from a comprehensive lens. When it comes to the BJP, that it has this grand plan to replace the Congress party as the grand Indian party.
And they have, in fact, turned themselves into this very formative election juggernaut, the machinery that works right from the grassroots to all the way up. Aditi, the fact remains that, as I've been saying, that more than 100, if I'm not mistaken, about 100 member of parliament, the candidates, those who are fighting this Lok Sabha election on the BJP ticket, have been people, those who have come from other political parties. What does this mean as far as the BJP is concerned? And also, if these numbers hold true, many of them will win. I mean, it will be a different Bharatiya Janata Party, which will have a mix of a lot of people, those who have come from the Congress, from regional parties. What will this mean in the new setup of the Bharatiya Janata Party?
That's a very good question, and you've actually put your finger on the problem. The BJP is no longer what we knew was the BJP, say 30 years ago, 40 years ago, even as the Jansangh. It is a totally different animal, which has a totally different set of pushes and pulls. It has to survive in power. It also has to invent itself as the opposition, to take the place of the opposition and to completely discredit it. So it's a very, very peculiar animal as it stands today. Not everybody who has come from the Congress into the BJP is necessarily enamored or convinced by the BJP's core agenda. And frankly, I mean, their coming has also upset a very basic rule in politics, which is power centers and, their people, the BJP's people, how do they work, how do they meld, etc., etc.
Right.
At the same time, there are people in the BJP and the wider BJP circle who are telling the BJP and its core members that you are not being majority enough.
Nisha,
and you have to be more
right.
majoritarian to be able to do justice to the majority.
Nisha, even when the exit poll came out, there have been some very sharp remarks from the opposition leaders. Again and again, there have been questions on the whole process. They have been, asking their agents, the counting agents, to be extremely careful. Is there somewhere a worry that if these numbers hold, then there could be some sort of a challenge, or at least some sort of a narrative that is built around questioning the legitimacy of the entire process? Eventually, it may have an adverse effect on our democratic process as well.
Oh, absolutely, certainly. And we cannot blame just the current opposition for undermining the sanctity of our system, of this electoral system. And Aditi ji, when she in her opening remarks, she said that it's largely been a fair election. And when you start doing this kind of perception building that something has been rigged from the word go, then what you are doing is that you are undermining something that is your biggest weapon. Because BJP is not going to remain in power forever, for eternity. Your time will come too. Then what you're going to do? And this is something that that people like Mr. Respai Qureshi, the former chief election commissioner, had been saying. He's been crying hoarse, and not just now, for years. For years, he's been saying that when there are these question marks on the riggability, the manipulation of the EVM, or the corruption, when it comes to the human factor of managing, all of that. Yes, wherever there is a human being involved, there is fallibility, right? So these fallibilities are inbuilt in any system. But to say that going back to the ballot paper is a better way for democracy in India, I don't think it's a very constructive argument, even for the opposition, because it's going to come back to bite everybody in the behind.
Absolutely. And it does mean that there have been states which the opposition has also won, of course.
Absolutely. If you want to challenge that, then that you have to vacate the position of power in the states, and then boycott the elections entirely, and then mount a pressure that, okay, we'll only participate in any democratic process only when we are 100% sure.
Absolutely.
It cannot be a pick and choose buffet.
Absolutely. The fact remains, no matter which way the result is tomorrow, it is a democratic process that, of course, is always in the works to try and improve. But it will be better for the democracy, better for the people of this country, if we accept the results and then, of course, move on from there to try and improve the systems that we have built in 74 years with so much pain. And when you look around the various other countries across the region as well. I'm sorry, I'm completely out of time. Tomorrow, ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Tomorrow, both of you would be with us, in fact, 6 o'clock in the morning, when we'll be starting our coverage of these elections. Big, broad strokes about what it will mean for the country, and of course, the challenges and the big gains for the upcoming government and those who, in fact, get the chance to rule us again. All that will be discussed, decoded here on NDTV. Moving on now, the Election Commission has, in fact, refused to grant additional time to Congress leader Jairam Ramesh to back his claim that there have been attempts which were made to influence 150 district administration collectors, in fact, ahead of the voting process on June 4th, which is going to take place tomorrow. Now, Ramesh, in fact, has asked the poll body to submit, was asked by the poll body to submit a factual detail by Sunday evening. He had asked for more time, which the Election Commission has refused, and now by today, 7 p.m., he is expected to file his reply.
इस प्रकार के आरोप कि 150 डीएम को फोन किए गए, चुनाव आयोग ने कहा बताइए, आपने संख्या कोट की है, संख्या कोट की है तो बताइए कौन है। तो कहते हैं 7 दिन का समय। उन्होंने कहा शाम तक दीजिए, क्योंकि आपने कहा चुनावी प्रक्रिया को प्रभावित करने वाला है। यह दर्शाता है किस प्रकार के अनर्गल बातें उन्होंने करने का प्रयास किया है।
Right. So, in fact, now this has become a big war of words between the BJP and the Congress. Jairam Ramesh, who's you are seeing in the pictures at this moment. Of course, these are not live visuals, ladies and gentlemen. He made this claim that it is the Home Minister who made calls to 150 DMs. Now, the Election Commission, in no mood to give him any more time, has asked him to furnish his reply as far as this entire claim is concerned. Sunil Prabhu, my colleague, joins me with more details at this moment. Sunil, it seems at this moment that Jairam Ramesh is in a spot of bother. The Election Commission has already made it very clear that we have not got any report from any district magistrate regarding any such phone calls. Now, at 7 p.m., it will be expected of him. If he does not furnish the reply, what action can the Election Commission take?
Well, they have all the powers that they want to take, and they can do whatever is appropriate as per the Model Code of Conduct in terms of what action will be taken. That is a full commission decision that will have to be put. But at this present moment, Mr. Jairam Ramesh, he made this assertion even yesterday. He was digging his heels, making that very, very clear and categorical that one way or the other, he is determined to prove his point. And if you see the reply, he has sought for time, saying that I don't want to put state government officials in a jeopardy at this present juncture because of the entire exercise. But the Election Commission has been extremely firm, as you point out, on this very important aspect, saying that it affects the sanctity and the entire counting process, and would like the senior Congress leader to come clean on his allegation that Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah had called over 150 DMs and tried to intimidate them. So it's in this context we'll have to wait and see what exactly plays out, whether Mr. Jairam Ramesh does respond by 7 p.m. and if he does, what exactly is his response and what is the Election Commission's response to that rejoinder that he has given.
Sunil, thank you for joining us with all those details at this moment. We'll move on, stay connected with the Election Commission itself, because remember, yesterday the opposition had demanded, puts forward some demand ahead of the vote, the counting of the votes for the Lok Sabha election 2024. The Election Commission today has in fact come out with their response to these demands, particularly about the postal ballot. The CEC in his press conference said that the postal ballots are always counted first. Election Commission held today a briefing ahead of the final, in fact, counting of the polls, and the poll body said that there have been certain demands have been put forward by the opposition, and they have responded to all of these demands and questions. The opposition's charge on the EVMs and the voter turnout, the Election Commission has said that these were fake or mischievous narratives that were created by the opposition. Listen in.
पोस्टल बैलेट की जो स्कीम है उसका रूल है 54A which was introduced in 1964 in the act. उस समय में बहुत सारे पोस्टल बैलेट्स नहीं थे. उस समय में सीनियर सिटीजन्स नहीं थे, PWDs नहीं थे, ETPBS भी उस तरीके का नहीं था. तो धीरे धीरे संख्या बढ़ रही है. और फॉर एन इंक्लूसिव इलेक्शन इट इज नेसेसरी दैट वी एक्सटेंड दिस फैसिलिटी. जो रूल कहता है वो क्लियर कहता है कि पोस्टल बैलेट काउंटिंग विल स्टार्ट फर्स्ट. सो ऑन ऑल सेंटर्स इन द कंट्री इट विल स्टार्ट फर्स्ट, नो डाउट अबाउट इट. आफ्टर ओनली हाफ एन आवर वुड स्टार्ट दी EVM काउंटिंग. सो 2023 का एक केस था जो उस समय पड़ा हुआ था और हमारा रिप्लाई पड़ा हुआ था उसका उसी समय का. चुप. कब आया वो? पहली फेज से 4 दिन पहले. कैसे ना हमने वोटर टर्नआउट देने में देर की और ना वोटर टर्नआउट का डाटा एक नंबर से भी बढ़ सकता है. एक पैटर्न था, सब बह गए उसमें और हम समझ ही नहीं पाए क्या हुआ. इलेक्शन कराएं, ये जो जितने लोग जीप ले लेके और EVMs ले लेके जा रहे थे धूप में, उनको देखें या इससे लड़ें. हम अपनी गलती मानते हैं. हमने फेक न्यूज़, फेक नैरेटिव्स पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के बीच में चलेंगे, उनको लड़ाएंगे, किसी की पिक्चर किसी से लगाएंगे, ये सोचा था, उसको रोक दिया। हिंसा रोक दी, मनी रोक दी, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन वहाँ रोक दी, एमसीसी भी बाय एंड लार्ज रोक दी, ये नहीं रोक, इसको पता ही नहीं था।
BJP leaders filed a complaint against, in fact, Uddhav Thackeray in Maharashtra. In the complaint, against Uddhav Thackeray, the BJP has said that he held a briefing on the Mumbai poll day. The complaint has been filed by the BJP, and they have said that Uddhav Thackeray tried to influence the polls. Now, the chief election officer has ordered state election commission officers to act against Uddhav Thackeray. Meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray, Shiv Sena's faction leader Sanjay Raut has reacted to this. He has said EC is an extended branch of the BJP. Sanjay Raut also said that 12 district magistrates were intimidated in Maharashtra.
मेरी जानकारी है, मेरे पार्टी ने शिवसेना ने अब तक चुनाव आयोग को 17 पत्र लिखे हैं, जिसमें बहुत सी शिकायतें हैं, कुछ सूचनाएं हैं। अब तक उसका कोई जवाब हमें आया नहीं। अमित शाह रामलल्ला का दर्शन फ्री में देंगे, बीजेपी को वोट दो, इस तरह से खुला प्रचार करते हैं। इस बारे में हमने पत्र लिखा, उनके ऊपर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक्सटेंडेड ब्रांच, एक शाखा है चुनाव आयोग।
Yes, that's a possibility now. Of course, Central Election Commission writing to state election officer to take action against Uddhav Thackeray. This over a complaint made by state BJP leader Ashish Shelar. In fact, he had complained that Uddhav Thackeray had violated model code of conduct by taking a press conference on the day of election in Mumbai, which was on May 20th. In fact, he had taken a press conference at his residence whereby he had made certain allegations against the BJP as well as the Election Commission. So post which, of course, Ashish Shelar making that complaint, Central Election Commission taking a note of the complaint, taking cognizance of it and asking State Election Commission to take action against Uddhav Thackeray. Of course, State Election Commission had been reviewing it and also sent a draft report as far as this entire proceedings in the press conference is concerned. The Central Election Commission had also asked the state election officials to go through the recordings of that press conference and give a transcript on what exactly was spoken about and what exactly transpired at the press conference, all the details of which has been submitted to the Central Election Commission. And now, of course, it asking the state election officer to take action. We'll have to wait and see what kind of action will be taken, and we'll also be watching out for reactions from Uddhav camp.
There has been, as expected, a massive jump in the stock markets after the exit polls and a day ahead of the election results. The market surge comes after the exit poll predict a huge victory for the BJP. Nifty surge over 3% on the result eve. In fact, the policy continuity, upbeat economic data supporting the markets and sectors and events to watch out for. Just take a look at what in fact constituted this big jump and what to expect more from the market.
Record close for the markets. What's more important is the way we attained this record close. 3.25% higher, the biggest opening that we've had in probably the last 4 years in terms of the quantum of points gained. And by the way, this was not just restricted to the large caps. Sure, small caps didn't participate with as much gusto, but the mid caps certainly did. About 3% higher for the mid caps as well. Small caps may be a tad lower, but that's to be anticipated on the first day. Eventually, we'll see the small caps do better. And which is why I think the market breadth today, of course, banks led the way, and which is why I was saying large caps. But if you just see the breadth today, it started off with a bang and then kind of cooled off and narrowed during the close of the day. So it's not a breadth which is usually there when the market has such a sharp rally. But I don't think too many people should be complaining. PSUs did well, infrastructure did well, that whole bucket of stocks had a really strong outing. I think symptomatic of the fact that people were betting on policy push beneficiaries, if you will. Past policies have benefited PSUs, they've benefited infra names, and I think that's the set of stocks that we saw. Well, look at the gains that came into power financiers or gas companies or infra names like Concor, power names like NTPC. Oil and gas did really well, as GAIL, HP and IOC are suggesting as well. But the heat map shows you that while there were I mean, very little red, and the quantum of red maybe expanded a little bit relative to the start when we just had one stock in the red. The gainers were right up there. The Adani twins, the PSU names, strong moves there, very, very strong. There's no point getting into individual names because almost everything had a very strong move. The one that surprised me a bit, and maybe that will happen tomorrow, is HDFC Bank. Usually you presume that in a case of FIs coming to buying or short covering happening, HDFC Bank would lead. It didn't lead today. Let's wait and watch if tomorrow could be the day. And just the BSE 500 gainers, if we can pull them up, gainers and losers as the case may be. Again, the list will seem eerily similar to infrastructure index because that's what led the move today, right? PSUs and infrastructure. So that list is the same. But the losers list had some of the defensives taking a bit of a step back. Not everything had news flow to it, but just that the market probably veered heavily towards this. It's not very often that we see a BSE 500 list wherein the top 8 gainers have double-digit gains themselves.
Slipping into a short break at this moment. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you by.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it.
On the Delhi liquor policy scam case, Enforcement Directorate has filed a supplementary charge sheet against BRS leader K. Kavita. According to the charge sheet, the total proceeds of the crime in the scam has been pegged at 1,100 crore rupees, out of which Enforcement Directorate has given details of 292.8 crore rupees in the charge sheet. According to this charge sheet, K. Kavita destroyed 9 phones. The phone which was given to the Enforcement Directorate, as per their investigation, the data was found to be completely deleted. According to the charge sheet, the change made in the liquor policy, increasing the profit margin to 12%, caused a direct loss of 581 crore rupees to the government. Meanwhile, the charge sheet also said that K. Kavita conspired with other members of the South Group and Sameer Mahindra to acquire a stake in the Indo Spirit Company, which was used as proceeds of crime. Now, under the conspiracy, Indo Spirit was given L1 wholesale licenses. In return, K. Kavita and the South Group gave a kickback of about 100 crore rupees to the Aam Aadmi Party.
So it's a 177-page document that's been filed, the 6th supplementary charge sheet that's been filed. And in that, in fact, 5 new accused have been named, which includes, of course, Kalvakuntla Kavita herself and 4 others. And this, of course, starts The entire thing starts with the CBI case of August of 2022 when the Delhi excise policy, there were allegations of irregularities in that, and Kavita being named in this particular case, and subsequently today of course her custody, judicial custody has been extended for another month till the 3rd of July. What is obvious, I must admit that I've not been able to go through all the pages of this charge sheet, and therefore I'm not able to tell you those details, but the little that I have been able to scan through, I can tell you that the Enforcement Directorate has taken a very serious view of the the kind of statements that she has made, not just in the writ petitions but also in the statements that she has made as part of the interrogation that she underwent. And the allegation against her is that she has been making many political statements, that she has not been she has not conceded to any of the WhatsApp chats, that she has denied the WhatsApp chats and the context and the meaning of those WhatsApp chats that she has had with her lawyer Buchi Babu as well, and pointing out that while Kavita made a big show of about 9 phones that she has had, and she had taken them personally to the Enforcement Directorate herself, but she had also spoken about one of them she had given to the agency, and that phone the agency has said that it was reformatted and they were not able to get any information out of it because it had already been reformatted. But they were saying that she has repeatedly made political statements and they have asked her to refrain from doing so, and they also claim that in her writ petitions in court as well she has been making false statements. Of course, the big picture here is that out of the 18 people who have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, 8 of them are in fact out, and what is also very interesting is that people who are said to be part of the South group along with Kavita, which includes Magunta Ragavalu, Magunta Srinivasulu, and also Sarath Chandra Reddy of Aurobindo Pharma, all of them are known to have turned approvers and therefore out, and therefore whatever statements that they have made is now being presented and used as evidence also against Kavita.
Meanwhile, former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has in fact applied for bail in the Supreme Court after his bail plea was rejected in the Delhi High Court. Now remember, he has been in custody for over a year as far as the Delhi liquor policy scam is concerned. Now, former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister has challenged the decision of the Delhi High Court, which on May 21st rejected his bail appeal. We're slipping into a short break at this moment. News and updates. So on the other side, stay tuned.
Brought to you. Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ settings को इस तरीके से tweak करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका screen on रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने networks को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है, जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैन्युलर हो जाती हैं, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो येस, you definitely get some extra battery while you're using these battery saver modes or low power modes.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using all these MacBooks for almost, I don't know, like how many years. In fact, जो Windows laptop भी होते हैं उसमें भी आपको inbuilt एक Defender का option मिलता है, and even for Macs, As long as you know what you're doing, आपको किसी एंटीवायरस की जरूरत नहीं है. That's my honest recommendation. So please don't worry about your system. Just use it. No need to install any antivirus. Honest answer for you.
Easy, I feel that regularly updating my phone makes it slower. So I have switched off the automatic update. Will it be a problem?
See, it depends. Okay, if your phone is
There have been some big developments in the Pune Porsche car crash case. In fact, the car makers, Porsche, have submitted their report to the Pune police. Sources have informed NDTV. The Porsche report finds no fault in the car. Remember, on May 19th, two techies were killed after a 17-year-old teenager allegedly ran over his car, a very expensive this Porsche car, over them late in the night. The teenager has now been in the police's custody. The juvenile's father, mother, and his grandfather have also been arrested for cover-up and destruction of evidence. The teen's family is accused of tampering with the evidence and trying to, in fact, influence the case.
Many facts emerging in the Pune accident case. In fact, in a latest development, Porsche company has submitted a report before the Pune police after its technical analysis, saying that there were no technical fault or mechanical failure as far as the car is concerned. Remember, Porsche officials had conducted and examined the vehicle post the accident to understand if there was any mechanical fault. Now, the company officials in its report saying that there were no issues, no technical issues with the car. There are other developments also that took place over the last couple of days. In fact, in the latest, the minor accused was once again interrogated by the police, and the minor accused revealing to the police that he did not recollect the events of that particular day, the sequence of events leading to the accident and the sequence post the accident. When asked about the accident itself, when asked about the medical examination, he categorically stating that he did not remember anything as he was under the influence of alcohol. So therefore the minor admitting that he was drunk, but at the same time saying that he cannot remember much. In fact, minor's mother, who was arrested for switching the blood samples, also making certain revelation, saying that she was in fact requested by the doctors to provide her blood samples, and she did not know what it was for, and she did not intend to save her minor son. As far as the son, the accused, the minor accused, or the family members are concerned, they've been changing statements constantly and they've not been cooperating with the police, is what we are being made to understand. All of them will be produced once again on June 5 before the court, as well as before the Juvenile Justice Board. As far as the minor is concerned, several people being questioned in connection to the case. Police still trying to find link between the family members as well as the doctors, also trying to understand if there are more people involved in the case, more people who were trying to influence the outcome of the case, and whether the family members were indeed trying to use money and their fame and power to influence several other witnesses in the case, or whether they were trying to bribe any other government officials in order to save or protect this minor accused.
Meanwhile, the cast and the crew of the movie Hamare Bara has in fact received death threats. And regarding this, actor Anu Kapoor met Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and has said that the Chief Minister has assured the cast of complete protection. The movie, remember, is under the scanner for its content and the theme.
जान की धमकी मिल रही है, सर काटने की धमकी मिल रही है। 7 जून को, अभी शुक्रवार को, हमारे 12 पूरे भारतवर्ष में और 15 और देशों के अंदर ये फिल्म रिलीज होने वाली है। और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र से अनुरोध किया है हमने कि हमें सुरक्षा प्रदान की जाए, और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय ने आश्वासन दिया है और निर्देश दिए हैं अपने शासन तंत्र को कि हमारे 12 की पूरी यूनिट को, फिल्म को और निर्देशक को, प्रोड्यूसर को और सभी कलाकारों को सुरक्षा प्रदान की जाएगी।
Meanwhile, fire was reported in 3 coaches of a train in the national capital. This is in the Sarita Vihar area of Delhi. 3 coaches caught fire. Now, in 5 fire engines were rushed to the spot so far. There is no information of anybody being injured as far as this train is concerned. The Nagpur District Court on Monday handed life imprisonment to a former BrahMos Aerospace Private Limited engineer, Nishant Agarwal, under the Official Secrets Act for spying for Pakistan's notorious spy agency ISI. Now, Agarwal will also have to undergo rigorous imprisonment for 14 years and will have to pay a fine of 3,000 rupees. Additional Sessions Court Judge M.V. Deshpande has stated that Agarwal was convicted under Section 235 of the Criminal Procedure Code of this offence. In fact, this has been a high-profile case which was investigated by the CBI. The Supreme Court has come down heavily on YSRCP MLA. The Apex Court has in fact banned MLA Mr. Reddy from being present at the counting centre as he becomes the first public representative to be banned by the Supreme Court. The MLA was seen in the CCTV footage, in fact, smashing the EVMs. The Supreme Court has questioned the interim protection to Mr. Reddy and has, in fact, overturned the Andhra Pradesh High Court, which had granted anticipatory bail to the MLA.
Pinnale Ramakrishna Reddy has been making news for the wrong reasons ever since counting day, I must say, because he has been now named in an FIR as an accused number 1, and just a couple of days after voting happened, a video had surfaced which showed Pinnale Ramakrishna Reddy in fact going into a polling booth and seemingly destroying the VVPAT or dropping it to the ground and kicking it in fact with his feet as well, and subsequently the FIR that was lodged sought his arrest, and he in fact said that he was asked by the police to go away from Macherla constituency, and that's why he was in Hyderabad. But then he applied for anticipatory bail and that was granted, and that's something that the Supreme Court has taken objection to and now says that a similar episode could repeat on counting day at the counting centre itself, and therefore has barred him from being anywhere near the counting centre at Macherla. What I must point out is that the larger law and order situation in Andhra Pradesh, where we have seen in multiple districts there was trouble, there were clashes, and even post the election and even post counting there is apprehension that there could be violence, and that's the reason why the Election Commission has in fact said that 15 companies of Central Armed Police Forces will continue to be stationed in Andhra Pradesh post the elections for almost a fortnight after elections. Already the residents of Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy as well as Mr. Chandrababu Naidu have been, the security there has been upped, and in these districts that we are talking about, whether it's a Guntur district, Macherla district, Chandragiri, all those areas, the police are on high alert, the armed forces, the central forces also deployed, and there have been flag marches and so on to send across the message that no violence is going to be tolerated. Yes, there was a special investigation team that had also gone into the incidents of violence and had in fact booked more than 100 people as accused in these cases. Back to you.
Now, in the Karnataka sex crime case, search is on for Prajwal Revana's mother. In fact, the SIT is conducting raids to trace Revana's mother. Bhavani Revana is to be questioned in the kidnapping case where husband is also an accused. The Hassan court recently rejected Bhavani's petition against arrest.
Well, as far as both the mother as well as the father go, the battle seems to lie in the court. With respect to Bhavani Revana there, the anticipatory bail, yes, like you mentioned, was dismissed by the Sessions Court. However, what we hear is that sources from the Bhavani's counsel have approached the Karnataka High Court to apply for a fresh anticipatory bail today. And the answers would lie there. But in the meantime, yes, searches continue. The manhunt also continues for Bhavani Revana by the SIT because they had already issued a notice, and they had gone all the way to Hassan, and they waited there for at least around 7 hours, and there was absolutely no sign of Bhavani Revanna there. Now, what is interesting is that her name hasn't been mentioned in any of the FIRs that have been registered, but then her name was taken in one of the complaints that was filed by the son of one of the victims featured in those videos there. And that is precisely why the questioning was actually initiated by the SIT there.
Meanwhile, the southwest monsoon has advanced to more parts of the country. The monsoon has advanced in parts of Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. Bengaluru, as a result, received a record-breaking rainfall. 133 years record was broken in a single day. In fact, Bengaluru recorded 111.11 millimeters of rain on June 2nd.
Actually, yesterday is the highest rainfall, means more than 11 centimeter. In the last 100 years, more than 100 years, Bengaluru received the highest rainfall of 11 centimeter. And wind speed was yesterday something more than 40 to 50 kmph. It was reported. And many places that trees branches was broken. But exact damages will come from the state government. Monsoon for next 4-5 days, Bengaluru city will get rainfall.
All right, that's all the time that we have. But before we go, in fact, I will leave you with these visuals of parachuters having, in fact, recreating the D-Day jumps of the Second World War. They used the planes which were used in the operation in the Second World War to mark the 80th anniversary. They jumped from the World War II era planes, hurling themselves into now peaceful Normandy skies, where once, in fact, the war was the main focal point.
The airplane that we were on was a bird that went through Normandy and Market Garden, and it's still the original static line cable. And so when you put your when you hook up, it's the same cable that they used 80 years ago.
That's all the time that we have in this edition. Coming up next with my colleague Veera Raghav and Vasudha Venugopal as they decode the big numbers of the exit polls ahead of the exact poll, which starts tomorrow.
Brought to you. A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024. Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election हावेदी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव रसाई मतलब NDTV.
तेरदल एंड्राल NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to this election special this evening. Until tomorrow, all we have are the exit poll numbers and we need to keep going over and over them, analyzing what's possibly going to happen till we have the real numbers that will come out by, let's say, start coming out early in the morning, but we should have clarity by 11 or 12 in the afternoon.
And we have a whole panel of esteemed guests with us, but first, the headlines. Time given by the poll panel to Congress leader Jairam Ramesh for showing proof of his allegations comes to a close. ECI has refused to give him more time. BJP, of course, has gone on an offensive now after the EC demands proof.
Countdown to the results day begins. Exit polls predict a big BJP wave. In fact, all exit polls have shown a big Modi win, but opposition, of course, has debunked those polls and it has said that it will win the battle of narratives. EC has conceded its opposition's demand to count postal ballots first. CEO has said that postal ballots are always counted first. ED files a detailed charge sheet against BRS Chief Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter K. Kavita, who's also a BRS MLC. The charge sheet accuses her of giving kickbacks to the Aam Aadmi Party leaders after conspiring with the South group. Over the next 60 minutes, as we wait for the election results to unravel thick and last fast tomorrow, we will take a deep dive on the exit poll numbers and their counters as far as the southern states are concerned.
That's right. Vasudha and I will go state by state with our special panel. But first up this evening, the top political story of the moment, Vasudha. The Election Commission has refused to grant additional time to Congress leader Jairam Ramesh to back his claims that attempts were made to influence 150 district magistrates and collectors ahead of the June 4th vote count in the Lok Sabha elections.
In fact, Jairam Ramesh was asked by ECI to submit a factual analysis and details by Sunday evening of the allegations that he had raised. In fact, he had posted on X about all these charges against the EC. In fact, Ramesh wrote to EC on Monday seeking a week more to submit his response. I have my colleague Sunil Prabhu joining us. Sunil, yet another flashpoint between the BJP and Congress with the ECI at the center of it, and all of this happening on the day when the EC unprecedentedly held a press conference one day before elections. Tell us, what is this new thing all about with the Congress party?
Well, as of now, as you can, you have to see the response of the Election Commission. They've taken a very serious view on that allegation that has been made by Mr. Jairam Ramesh, wanting him to substantiate. He's been given time till now. The deadline has passed, and we'll have to wait for a confirmation from him whether he has submitted his response to the Election Commission or not, and what action they plan to take, or how do they respond to that rejoinder of his. Having said that, it's in the Mr. Jairam Ramesh had written to the Election Commission saying that he does not want to put state government officials in jeopardy who had disclosed those details. But nevertheless, the Election Commission has said that in its report to the Election Commission from DMs, there has been no such reporting of any alleged intimidation or undue influence that has been done, because this has a bearing on the counting as well as on a free and fair election. The Election Commission has taken a serious view and wants this to be sorted out once and for all. As you've seen today, they came out very strongly against the opposition narrative, and it's in this backdrop the Election Commission wants to come clean. Ever since, of course, as you've seen, there have been ups and downs, trials and tribulations for the Election Commission during this entire election period. There have been a lot of allegations and counter-allegations. And ultimately, the fact of the matter, as he pointed out, is that the Election Commission has been able to conduct a free and fair election with 642 million people casting their ballots.
As you make that point, Sunil, the BJP has gone on an offensive. What really can the Election Commission do now in terms of action?
Well, there are a lot of things that they can do in terms of censure. The Model Code of Conduct, even though it isn't written in law, it is validated by Article 324, and there are a number of Supreme Court judgments which have been given. So they have the various paths to take. The question is, can they single out only Jairam Ramesh? Then the opposition will say, what about the others? Why did you take action with the others? And so those are, some things that will happen, but definitely all paths with the Election Commission in terms of what they want to do and how they want to go about that process.
Right. Thank you, Sunil Prabhu, for joining us with those details. Fireworks between the Congress party and the ECI just a day ahead of the elections. Back to the discussions on the exit poll numbers. Veera, in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, most exit polls have predicted between 1 to 4 seats for the BJP, which is surprising and which is also in some ways what the BJP had expected. 2 national pollsters have given NDA 2 seats in Tamil Nadu and between 1 and 3 seats in the state of Kerala.
That's right. We will go state by state, and we will deep dive into the exit poll numbers because that's all we can do till tomorrow morning. And we will start with the state of Karnataka. As Vasudha pointed out, she's given you the numbers for Tamil Nadu and Kerala, which we will come to later. But first, Vasudha, let's look at the state of Karnataka. And the reason why we are starting with the state of Karnataka is because this is possibly the most politically crucial state for the Congress. This was the direct BJP-Congress battle, BJP-JDS versus Congress battle state. A state that the BJP swept in 2019 with 25 of 28 seats. In fact, one independent backed by the BJP also win, making it technically 26. Congress had only one MP there. And this time, buoyed by the assembly election result. And remember, Vasudha, most of the Congress's surge and campaign and confidence came after that enormous victory in Karnataka. The Congress hoped to do very well. But the exit polls seem to be giving a different picture. If we can just pick up on our screens the data from the exit polls, the poll of polls this is, says NDA 22, Congress 6. Now that means that the NDA is down from 25, but this is not what the Congress was looking for. It was hoping to make considerable damage in Karnataka to push its numbers up. So what does this mean if these exit poll numbers hold out? Because the Congress has given a very strong counter to these numbers as well. Those numbers on your screen have been countered by Congress and several other local pollsters in Bengaluru. Joining us this evening, Professor Sandeep Shastri, National Coordinator of Lokniti Network, Shugata Srinivasaraju, Senior Journalist, two people who understand Karnataka like the back of their hand. R.K. Radhakrishnan, Associate Editor, Frontline, also joins us from Chennai. Dhruv Jatti, spokesperson of the Karnataka Congress, will join us in a bit. Gopal Krishna Agarwal of the BJP joins us live. Manuraj Sundaram of the DMK joins us this evening. Professor Jyotsna Tirunageri, National Spokesperson of the TDP, and Hafiz Khan, YSRCP MLA. All of them here. We'll go state by state. But my first question to you, Professor Sandeep Shastri, in the state of Karnataka, given that there's been a very, very strong counter from the Congress, what does your own numbers from the CSDS Lokniti poll indicate?
We have given the overall national picture in the Hindu today. Karnataka, we believe, is a much tighter race than what was projected. And a small clarification, if you are comparing the 2019, the NDA score would actually be 27, 25 plus 1
because
plus
JDS.
1. And even in the projections, that's a small climb down. But the question would be, is the NDA facing a small climb down or a big climb down in Karnataka? A lot would believe that the upper limit of some of the pollsters for the Congress is what seems to be more realistic, while some would even suggest it could go into double digits. But I think there are two factors. One, what you said, the strong effort of the government in the state to try and focus on their promises. And number two, the dissidence which was there within the BJP also seems to have been working. Right. So these two factors, I think, explain the possibility of the Congress being at the upper levels in terms of the poll projections.
Right. Shugata sir, how do you see the Congress guarantees in this context? Because clearly these numbers are a big good news to the BJP, and Siddaramaiah also had been talking about Congress guarantees. He also presents a anti-Hindutva model to the state, and that was something that the Congress was in some ways presenting as its future, an opposition to the RSS. If the BJP manages to do well, if Modi continues to be popular in Karnataka, what does that mean for the Congress's own politics in the state of Karnataka?
See, thank you, Vasudha. See, the first thing that we need to remember is that in 2019 also, the Congress was in alliance with the JDS and was in power, and they still got the 2 seats that they got. So Karnataka, when it comes to Karnataka, guarantees, yes, it sort of created a kind of the byword nationally, in all manifestos, guarantee was something that originated from Karnataka and then went to Telangana and came nationally and became a very, very important kind of idea. But there have been problems with the implementation of the guarantees. There have been a bit of corruption associated with that. The last mile problems are there. But I don't think that has had anything to do with the elections. Right. I think it was more a caste combination that sort of, as like always in Karnataka, has played a very crucial role, and we see that getting reflected in the exit poll percentages. 80% of Lingayats going with the BJP, 70% of Okaligas going with the NDA, and then 40% of Kurubas going with NDA. So Modi factor is the OBC thing which has brought in. See, we shouldn't forget, Yediyurappa is a far bigger OBC leader in Karnataka because minus the Kurubas, the consolidation was behind Yediyurappa right from 2008.
So Sugata, since Sugata has mentioned the name Yediyurappa, let's go across to Gopal Krishna Agarwal and put this question on the consequences if, and there's a big if these exit poll numbers hold true. If the BJP's exit poll numbers are 20 or around, though it's about 5 or 6 down from last time, would that mean a continuum in terms of the state leadership and the formula that has been arrived at as we head into perhaps the next assembly election? Does that mean that B.Y. Vijayendra and Yediyurappa have declared their stamp of authority over the BJP, if the numbers are true?
They are big leaders for the state, and Yediyurappa ji is also our member of the highest body, parliamentary board. So he is a very respected leader, and he has been working in Karnataka for the BJP for quite long. Vijayendra also has been working on that from the last election, post-assembly election when he became the president of Bharatiya Janata Party. The thing is that when we lost the Karnataka state elections, definitely there were several analysis that went into our defeat in the Karnataka election, but also there was another awakening on the part of the voters from the Karnataka place. The thing is that if you see they had promised a lot. Congress had promised in their manifesto in the elections many things, but what they delivered, DK Shivkumar himself said that I have to divert more than 62,000 crores of funds for the development of Karnataka, Bangalore and other cities to fulfill those promises.
Right.
So people have understood this, that the Congress promises either they are not going to be fulfilled, or if at all they are going to be fulfilled, they will divert some funds which are already giving good results. So this is also an important factor. So whatever the exit poll is, but we are very confident that our state leadership has taken corrective steps. Central has also taken several steps where the state election results have been overcome.
Okay, let me take this question to Dhruv Jatti, who's the spokesperson of the Congress party. So what does this mean if... Okay, Dhruv Jatti will join us in a bit. R.K. Radhakrishnan, would you like to respond to this? If the Congress party does not manage to get about 15 seats or even 20 seats in Karnataka as it has been expecting, and the BJP manages with its 23 to 25 seats, what kind of setback is that for the Congress party? Because in Karnataka, the state is being seen as a laboratory for Congress's opposition parties' welfare promises. So clearly, this means that people have a problem with the Congress party's projection of its own delivery and credibility.
Thank you for the opportunity, Vasudha and Meera. The first thing is that I don't believe these numbers at all when it comes to Tamil Nadu, given the fact, not just Tamil Nadu, entire of the South, given the fact that very, very, elementary mistakes were made. I mean, there are far too many to enumerate, so I'll not go into the details here. Obviously, if somebody is trying to tell us that the governance has no impact on the polling at all, and it's only talk that which has an impact, I would beg to differ. Obviously, yes, men go by caste largely, but then there is a womanhood as well, and women have been getting money into their accounts. Of course, we'll know all these only by tomorrow. But I believe that a lot of these pollsters might have taken a shortcut, and as some of the pollsters from Karnataka themselves have explained that the numbers just won't hold because, multiple factors have gone wrong. Only one poll has put out the methodology. And even in that methodology, they made it very clear that about 69% were men and the rest were women. And they've, made it 50-50 by extrapolating the number of women, making the number of women to 50, and that the uneducated, the illiterate number was 15% when the national average is about 24.
Right.
I mean, Karnataka's average is about 24 and national average is much bigger than that.
RK, we can, we can analyze the exit polls, but for the moment, we only have the exit polls to talk about. So let's just take them on face value for the moment and talk about it. Yes, we can go into a deep dive analysis of exit polls tomorrow if they don't hold. But Dhruv Jatti of the Congress joins us. Dhruv, would you describe Karnataka as possibly the most important symbolic state for the Congress, because it was the one state, the Congress versus BJP, where the Congress really hoped to reverse or dent the BJP's 2019 performance? Dare I say that even there, the Congress was not hoping for a full sweep, but did hope a good performance in terms of numbers, which it's not had since 2004. Is this a worry? Have the exit polls worried you?
Not necessarily. I think we've fought a hard and a tough election in Karnataka, and there was some criticism around the guarantees. For anybody who's covered the Karnataka elections or who has been on ground reporting the Karnataka elections, for sure knows that the guarantees was the Congress party's biggest strength while campaigning. Now, when you come to the numbers, like you said, 2004, 19, there were single-digit elections for the Congress, but this election in 2024 is promising for the simple reason that it is a double-digit election, and we are extremely confident of crossing the double-digit mark, like our KPCC President, Shri D.K. Shivkumar ji has said earlier. So this is, in fact, the mood within the Congress party, and RKG had earlier pointed out very interestingly about the numbers, and those numbers of how the percentage of female voters in the surveys were quite less. And I can assure you that there have been a lot of secret guarantee votes in which, a lot of pollsters might have gotten wrong during this time. Double digit it is for Congress in Karnataka, and I can tell you that this is by far the best election that the Congress has had in the state in the last 10 years, or even the last 15 years, in fact.
So you're saying it's the best election that the Congress has had in the state over the last 10 or 15 years. Vasudha, let's now go south trotting and move away from Karnataka, because that's not our only focus state. Let's move to the state of Tamil Nadu. This was a BJP push state where the BJP wanted a symbolic win and vote share, led by the Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai. The DMK, considering it the bastion, hoping for a 39-0. What have the exit polls said so far on Tamil Nadu? Total 39 seats. NDA 3 is the poll of polls. Of course, there could be some which were extreme and some which are on the other side. So a poll of polls may not necessarily be the fair one to take, but yet these are the poll of polls amongst all the exit polls that have come out. INDIA Alliance 34, which was expected but would be again a disappointment for the DMK. AIA DMK +1. So the lesson that seems to be coming from the exit polls in Tamil Nadu, Vasudha, and we can put that across to Manuraj Sundaram, is that even if the numbers don't hold good, Manu, it seems like the BJP seems to be gaining traction and emerging as possibly the second player in the state. May not be in terms of vote shares, because the BJP is a concentrated vote share, but the threat seems to be real as far as the exit polls are concerned.
Actually, I think I would concede that the BJP has already won big time in Tamil Nadu, Veera Raghav. And this is because even a very well-seasoned journalist such as yourself, you've spoken about BJP in such glowing terms and have totally ignored that the second largest party in Tamil Nadu is the AIA-DMK. So in a sense, you could argue that they have won. But this victory is short-lived, because tomorrow when the actual numbers are counted in the ballot boxes across the state of Tamil Nadu, I do feel very strongly that the BJP will come third. So, building on RK's point as well, it doesn't seem like a lot of the poll agencies, and we as opposition parties, we've been fighting against most independent, neutral agencies over the last 9-10 years. But these polling agencies as well, it seems like they are only now looking at not whether BJP will reach 400, but what are the numbers we must put together so the BJP can reach 400, right? And that is why you see a lot of these numbers being exaggerated to an extent that is very hard to believe or digest by any of us. We've been watching elections for 15, 16 years, most of us here and some of us even longer. BJP, there is no way they will be the second largest party. The fact that we've spent so much time talking about BJP in the context of Tamil Nadu itself shows that they have captured a lot of media space. And look, I'm not begrudging you for this. I think that is generally the nature of BJP. That is their strategy. The electoral strategy is to more focus on top-level media management as opposed to really work on the grounds. The fact is, Veera Raghav, they don't have the cadre, they don't have the agents, the booth agents, the polling agents, the counting agents tomorrow for all the booths that they have themselves contested in. Of course, will the vote share go up for the BJP? It certainly will, because they're contesting in way more.
Manu, there was also a very interesting tweet by the Prime Minister today on the birth anniversary of Kalaignar Karunanidhi, and I wanted to ask you, what is the future of the DMK? Here, BJP guys informally also talk about how the DMK is going to perform well. It's probably the only opposition party that could be doing better than other opposition parties. So in some circles, there is this doubt and there is this apprehension. Why is the DMK taking the Congress along when it seems to be a declining force and you seem to be still strong in your state?
Well, the Congress and the DMK have an alliance based on ideological lines. It is not about who's stronger, who's weaker at the moment. It is about the future of India, how democracy will survive these last 10 years, whether democracy will survive these last 10 years, whether institutions which have been repaired beyond measure can be revived. I think that question doesn't matter who's taking whom. It is about who are we walking alongside with, and we are very happy, we are very proud. We have the utmost respect for the Congress leadership. And don't forget, Vasudha, Congress has and Mr. Rahul Gandhi especially has the highest favorables across all states in India in Tamil Nadu. The Congress is still very much a force to reckon with here, in spite of how it is made to be. It is not that the BJP has suddenly, pushed Congress to the back. The Congress is contesting 9 seats in Tamil Nadu because it's part of a much more larger umbrella alliance. BJP is running a ragtag alliance, they're contesting 20
But Manu, somehow that doesn't reflect in seat sharing arrangements ever as far as the Congress is concerned. We leave that for the moment in terms of the seats that you allocate. Let's move across now to the other politically crucial state, and then we'll get all our analysts to weigh in on it, because this is the state of Andhra Pradesh, which has both a parliamentary election as well as an assembly election simultaneously going in. In Andhra Pradesh, as far as the parliamentary election is concerned, the poll of polls suggest YSRCP with 7 seats, NDA with 18, INDIA, which is represented by the Congress there, with no seat. As far as the Andhra State Assembly elections is concerned, total 175 assembly seats that are there in that state. YSRCP at 95 is the poll of polls. BJP, TDP, Janasena, there seems to be some mistake there. We'll have to revise those numbers. We'll work on those numbers and put that up again. So the numbers seem to be much, much tighter, Jyotsna Tirunagiri, as far as the assembly election is concerned. Is there a worry for the TDP that while the parliamentary election may go your way, the assembly election could be an extremely delicate balance?
Good evening, Raghav. I don't think it's a delicate balance. We are clear. Both Parliament and Assembly, both of it, we are winning. And it's not any tight fight or something like that in Assembly. It's going to be a clear win for us. And a very huge margin win for us, Veera. That's what we have been seeing for the past 2 days in most of the exit polls. And also, yes, when it comes to Andhra Pradesh, even if we go with the Parliament numbers, let's assume, when we talk about one parliament segment, we have 7 assembly segments in it, right? So of which, if we take even that particular logic also, so obviously the highest number of parliament segments we are conquering, and even that logic works for the assembly segments. And okay, if I keep everything apart, what is the mood of the people in the state of Andhra Pradesh? They want a change. They want a positive change. They don't want any sort of, wrong things that have happened in the state, unemployment issue, the economic mismanagement, the law and order issue. They don't want to see anything of this now. They have seen enough for the past 5 years. So they want a change in the government, and they want a positive change in the government. It's very clear. Whether we talk about the pre-poll surveys or the polling day surveys or the exit polls, what we are calling now, the mood of the people of Andhra Pradesh is very clear. They want a change in the
YSRCP
government.
joins us. So would you like to respond to that? Also, you know, Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy was seen as someone very close, I mean, in some ways very obedient to the central leadership of the BJP. And it was Chandrababu Naidu who shared, you know, not a very easy relationship with Narendra Modi and, of course, Amit Shah. But clearly the alliance seems to be working in the favor of NDA. Do you regret not having a formal alliance with the BJP? Of course, that wouldn't have happened considering your voter basis. But do you regret not stalling the alliance between TDP, JSP and, of course, BJP?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, YSR Congress Party, since its inception, has gone alone. Whether it is 2014 election, we had a chance to align with BJP, which we didn't win. 2019, we had an option, we didn't win. 2024, we had the option, we didn't win. Our leader believes that we should fight the elections on our own work, and that's how we have gone to the people. And all these surveys, what they are saying, with due respect to all the survey teams, I would like to differ with them, wherein I would like to tell the audience from you, is the rural women in AP, they don't share their opinion freely. And the survey teams have not been able to go to that level of village level women folks. And women opinion is not captured nor reflected in this survey is what we believe. Second thing is the kind of rural development and infrastructure development that we have done with respect to government schools, government hospitals, Grama Ward Sachivalayam volunteer system, wherein each and every beneficiary get all the benefits at their doorsteps, Raitu Bharosa Kendras, and we have invested a lot with respect to schemes in handholding of the farmers, women empowerment, for education of the students. So we have a very positive mindset that we will sweep Andhra Pradesh elections with respect to Assembly and Lok Sabha as well.
Okay,
so
as you make that
we can
point...
talk again tomorrow, and already you have given us the lead.
As you make that point, I mean, this is the one state where the Sandeep Shastri, quick comment from you before we slip into the break and come back for the other two states, Telangana and Kerala. This is the one state where the assembly election result seems to be far, far closer than the Lok Sabha election results. Lok Sabha seems to be a clean win for the BJP, TDP, JSP alliance. Does that mean, again, that there is a fair distinction between those two, if these polls are to be true?
Not only that, Virat, if this exit poll is to be what we see tomorrow, it's a historical verdict, because never before in a simultaneous poll have you seen one party getting a majority in the Lok Sabha poll and one party getting a majority in the assembly poll. So the exit poll tries to project that, and I'm quite surprised at that, because that has never ever happened before. And of course,
but the polls are very divided. Some are giving a TDP win, the JSP win, some are giving this, but the parliamentary polls seem to be more.
The parliamentary poll seems to be clear, and I think the assembly polls may not mirror the parliamentary polls, but they may mirror the direction that they are going.
Correct.
Okay, Dhruv Chetty, one last question to you. Do you regret not really reaching out to TDP? Because Chandrababu Naidu for a long time was waiting for an answer from the BJP.
I think the Congress in Andhra has run a very sharp election again. And we all know as to why Chandrababu Naidu's alliance with the BJP was holding. It's quite a known fact. So we weren't quite dependent on Chandrababu Naidu's alliance, and the Congress has ran a good election in Andhra Pradesh, and we're confident of doing well over there as well.
Okay. All right, you're saying you're confident of doing well. Exit polls, all numbers that we have at the moment, we'll all get back to all these conversations tomorrow, Vasudha, at around this time tomorrow. We'll have all the numbers out. There'll be no speculation. You'll have, hopefully, says Sandeep Shastri. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, the states, politically crucial states of Telangana and Kerala for the Congress, and comments from our panelists.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-power.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव बने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election हावेदी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव सही मतलब NDTV.
Teirdal enroll NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
वैसे शेयरिंग से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated or maybe you not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे शेयर कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको वाईफाई का नाम दिखता है, just next to it or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके वाईफाई से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसे लगे ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
Welcome back. All exit polls have predicted a comfortable win, in fact a big win for the BJP, and they've also said that the NDA could be coming back with an improved mandate for the third term. We are discussing all the southern states here and on to Telangana now, the southern state of Telangana, 17 states in all. The poll of polls that NDTV has done has predicted 8 seats for the BJP. This is massive gain for the BJP that won 4 seats in 2019. In the assembly elections that was held last year, the Congress won comfortably. Revanth Reddy-led Congress actually stormed to power, and Revanth Reddy is also the Chief Minister of Telangana. But while it was expected that Revanth Reddy-led Congress could do well in Telangana, most exit polls are giving Congress party about 7 seats, which is about 1 seat less than the BJP. The BRS, which actually swept the state in 2019, has been reduced to just 1 seat. And of course, one...
The others is AIMIM.
Yes, the Hyderabad seat goes to Mr. Owaisi. That is what it is. But of course, this is a state where the BJP is poised to make huge gains, apart from the states of Odisha and West Bengal. With us, of course, we have Sandeep Shastri and Professor Shugata Srinivasa Raju. Professor Shastri, how do you see, why is it so easy for the BJP to do so well in the state of Telangana? Is it the Nizam factor?
If it does well.
Yes, if it does well.
Now, we are in that land between ifs and buts. So, given that, the difference this time in a Lok Sabha poll in Telangana is the voter in Telangana is looking at government to be formed nationally. And therefore, possibly that puts the BJP at an advantage. When you had an assembly poll, the possibility of the Congress versus BRS competition was there, and that put Congress at an advantage. So very much like Karnataka, possibly the Telangana voter makes a difference between a Lok Sabha poll and an assembly poll. And if the exit polls were to be right, that's what, for me, explains the BJP being ahead in a Lok Sabha poll.
And let's not forget that this was another state where the Congress was extremely buoyant. Revanth Reddy was meeting journalists around breakfast saying that 10 seats for sure we're going to get. The Congress was very confident. Dhruv Jatti, it's a symbolic battle, and the exit poll numbers are purely just still in the land of if and buts. But if this holds and the BJP is able to gain more, because it was always said that the BJP is the one that could gain from the BRS erstwhile vote. The decline of the BRS benefits the BJP. Is that worrying sign for state politics in Telangana for the Congress? Quick response.
Not necessarily. I think you look at Karnataka and Telangana both together, the guarantees have played out extremely well over there, and state governments are extremely stable. There's no question of that. What I'd like to say over here is that Modi came and campaigned very strongly in both state elections, and his cult of personality didn't work, neither in Karnataka nor in Telangana. And I differ with the fact that the voters are going to vote differently, because the guarantees have reached the beneficiaries. People are happy with it, especially rural female voters. And Telangana, just like Karnataka, is going to be on its way to double digits. And that's what the Congress party is expecting.
Gopal Krishna Agarwal, what would this mean for your party's dismissal of this north-south divide that the Prime Minister has often spoken about? Now, if the party manages to do well in Karnataka and also in Telangana, if the exit poll numbers are to stand true, what does that mean for your party, the way it looks at the south of India, especially with regard to the opposition's narrative on the south of India?
Vasudha, it's very important that if we have discussed 4 states now, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra, and now Telangana on the south. You see, every state BJP has got for a different strategy and a different state-specific strategy. If Andhra, we have aligned with Chandrababu Naidu. Tamil Nadu, we have done our own. Annamalai had a strong pitch. Then in the Karnataka, we aligned with JDS. Then Telangana, we already, in the last election, we had thought that in the state assembly elections, our performance that time, it was a very high-pitched campaign that we went for to the interiors and every places. So the thing is that South has an important dimension for BJP. This time, Prime Minister has emphatically put a lot of stake on the South, and we wanted to expand our in different states in the South, and every state had a different strategy. And if you look into the number of from where we started and what we have achieved, it's a big jump on all the states. Obviously, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, except Karnataka, other places, even on the Kerala, the BJP has done quite well with a big leap in the vote.
While you make that point, and I want to get quickly R.K. Radhakrishnan and Shugata Srinivasa Raju here, irrespective of whether these numbers hold, first to you, R.K. Radhakrishnan, is it the fact that, you know, even in a state like Karnataka or Telangana, where the Congress says it's going to do well, it is not able to, you know, do as well as when the BJP declares a sweep, which is 25 seats. The realities are, it's still struggling to fight that space, whereas in the northern states, the BJP is sweeping. Is that a real Achilles heel for the Congress? Quickly, R.K. Radhakrishnan and then Shugata Srinivasa Raju.
Absolutely, Veera. It's going to be a problem, because as long as you don't have enough resources, enough agencies at your command, it's very difficult to do much with an overbearing pressure and the kind of pressure that you bring. Of course, you have DK and Siddaramaiah on one hand and Revanth Reddy trying to do their best, but then they are handicapped by the fact that they have multiple things to cater to, including ED cases and whatnot, right in their houses and relatives and their well-wishers and their supporters.
Right. Shugata sir, 2 interesting people here. One is, of course, KCR and Revanth Reddy. Right. What explains, the declining force that BRS is right now? Because just about 2 years ago, he was having these huge convoys of cars going across the country, projecting himself as, an alternative to Narendra Modi. And of course, Revanth Reddy, who's really not a very congressman, because, BJP often talks about him being, sharing routes with ABVP. And he's also not really seen as very critical of Narendra Modi. So explain to us how these 2 people are so important to the future and, of course, the presence of Telangana.
First KCR, Vasudha. See, I don't think the BRS is a spent force. If you look at the vote percentage that they could garner in the assembly elections, it doesn't look like they're over. See, I get a feeling, increasingly get a feeling that they've consciously sat out of this election for various reasons. So, and it's a triangular contest there. So, I mean, there may be a lot of...
in an assembly election, it will be different.
There may, yeah, absolutely. There may be a lot of calculations. You should not forget that Kavita is in jail. Yeah. And, you know, I mean, there are lots of give and take that is happening. So it's a political decision. I don't think the party, a regional party like BRS, although I was completely aghast and shocked when they changed their name. They should have remained TRS. I think there would be greater traction. So he built a national ambition which was completely unwieldy. So, but I don't think it's an it's a spent force.
The 2018 Shugata there when he swept that election, when he turned it into BRS because he needed a narrative.
Yeah. And a thing about the welfarist schemes, you know, I mean, Telangana offering it, or Tamil Nadu has been very high on welfarist projects. Yes. Karnataka guarantees. See, the South is not alien to welfarist projects because the South is cash rich. South the voters have been fed with a lot of welfare programs, unlike the North. It may be a new concept in the North, and when the Congress took it to Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh, it didn't work for them, or Rajasthan. But in the South, I think that is an equalizing thing. Yeah. People start thinking beyond that. Okay, this is our right, we have got it. So next, what is the issue? It's the caste. And BJP, mind you, in the South, in the last 2 years, has started working like a Mandal party. It gets its caste equations right, it gets its caste alliances right. So it's not working like a party which works on a flat agenda in the north of India. Right. So it's a completely different party in the south. So that's the kind of management that they've done.
As you make that point, R.K. Radhakrishnan, a very quick question to you on Tamil Nadu, because when you talk of populist schemes and freebies, it's sort of, a lot of it originates, the origins go back to Tamil Nadu. In fact, even in terms of manifesto, it was the 2006 DMK manifesto, which was considered the first one which sort of gave away color TVs to people. In a larger sense, and I know you question the exit poll numbers, but if these numbers are true, and even if the direction is true, is this a warning bell even for regional parties? Because the BJP is building boots on the ground. It may not have the numbers in terms of seats, but it's definitely trying to build boots on the ground, whether it's Tamil Nadu or the next state that we're going to go to, Kerala.
Which is his own state.
Absolutely right. Because see, what the BJP does and what the Congress did not do over a period of time, or 70 years or whatever we would call it, is the fact that once the BJP came to power at the center, both Amit Shah and Modi concentrated on building the party for 10 years. And you would see in 2019, soon after the elections were over, what was their emphasis? Their emphasis was on the next election. Their emphasis was on the roadshow. Things like this don't happen, as a coincidence. It requires a kind of building up, which, they learned from a lot of other political parties, including the DMK. Incidentally, today is the birth anniversary, centenary of Mr. Karunanidhi, who single-handedly built the party from when it was in government to being in the opposition for 13 years. He kept, the party sat out 3 elections and then came back. So that is the kind of, experience that the BJP has learned from, including states like Tamil Nadu, and there is no taking away from that.
Okay. RK, we will also get you back on Kerala, which is your own home state. 20 seats here. Poll of polls have predicted 16 seats for the UDF. Remember, even in 2019, which was the first time that Rahul Gandhi contested from Wayanad, the UDF had swept all but 1 seats in Kerala. Poll of polls that the NDTV has done is also predicting just about 3 seats for the LDF. But the interesting part is most polls have predicted at least 2 to 3 seats, 1 to 3 seats for the BJP, for the NDA. Remember that the BJP has fielded 2 ministers, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and also V. Muralidharan from the state of Kerala. Rajiv Chandrasekhar is contesting from Thiruvananthapuram and V. Muralidharan from Artingal. Right. So clearly this would be a big gain for the BJP if it manages to open an account in the state of Kerala, where it has historically never managed to win a single seat.
Right, you're right, Vasudha, because this is one of those catchment states. Sandeep Shastri, and I'll get Sugata Srinivasaraju as well, because Sugata has been very keenly pointing about Kerala for a while now, and then we'll go to the Malayali on the panel, which is half Malayali, dare I say, more Tamilian, less Malayali, R.K. Radhakrishnan, but Sandeep Shastri.
I think the Kerala exit poll is fascinating. The question is whether the UDF is benefiting from Rahul's presence or Rahul is benefiting from the UDF presence in the state. But the fact that the numbers are down in the exit polls in Kerala from 19 to 15, 16, and the LDF is making its entry once again, I think is an important development. And I think everybody is keenly going to watch this projection that the BJP is going to make its presence from Kerala in the Lok Sabha. Yeah. Now that's a very interesting trend. I think past indicators said that vote share would increase, but seat may not be there. Okay. And will that be challenged as the exit polls suggest?
Let's get a quick
Correct
comment.
me if I'm wrong, Vasudha. You cover the BJP very closely. Their hopes, while in Tamil Nadu was a symbolic battle, it was in Kerala that they wanted to show that they can win a seat.
Absolutely, that's actually right. Let's ask Gopal Krishna Agarwal that, Mr. Agarwal, for many years we've heard that RSS has maximum number of shakhas in the state of Kerala. In the last few years, we've seen the battle for Sabrimala. We've also seen this whole narrative, this whole reality, the fight, the violence between SFI activists and, of course, RSS members. So clearly, if the BJP manages to win even a single seat, be it Thrissur or Pathanamthitta, how would the party feel about it, sir?
Kerala and Tamil Nadu are two states which are very important for our own overall national strategy, because we consider them to be culturally very much diverse and very much evolved, those states. And therefore, you also mentioned that Kerala, the whole parivar, has deep roots into that. And the biggest fight with always BJP had was with the communist ideological. The only party that has some ideology left in the political arena except BJP is communist. So there was a big conflict between BJP and RSS. We had fight with them in West Bengal, Tripura. They were decimated in West Bengal. The communist ideology is not out.
Okay,
Kerala
Dhruv,
is the only bastion, and therefore
Dhruv has a point to make. Dhruv, go ahead.
And therefore, we have put a lot of energy, and we hope that the cultural content of the Kerala will benefit, and our groundwork to convert our activities on the ground into vote this time will give better results.
Okay, Dhruv, make your point.
Yeah, see, Congress is going to hold on the same number of seats that it had in the last election. I feel this entire Kerala BJP narrative is quite overhyped. The fact that you're projecting one seat for them in Kerala and ignoring the fact that they're going to be losing more than 10 to 11 seats in Karnataka, that's something that should be, talked about, which is more relevant. And when you speak about, the South and BJP gaining, it shows that they're in fact losing a larger number of seats in Karnataka as well.
So here's the deal, Dhruv. I was just doing the math. Last time, like 29 of 131 seats was with the BJP from the southern states. This time, because if the losses in Karnataka are what the exit polls predict and the gains are what the exit polls predict, Dhruv, then the BJP actually may have a better number. The Congress will also have a better number because it's increasing its tally in Karnataka.
And you also have to compare the vote share for which we were...
So we leave that. I just want to get Sugata very quickly on the symbolic significance of Kerala and then go to R.K. Radhakrishnan. Sugata.
Yeah, Veera, both Kerala and Tamil Nadu for the BJP is about symbolism, because on the one hand you have communism, which is completely antithetical to what they think should be the politics of India. And then there is Dravidianism. Both are based on rational external ideologies is what they categorize them as. So it is fascinating to see the BJP fight a completely opposite end of ideological game. And I still think that politically they are just about entering this space. And Kerala, they think there's a greater opportunity for the simple reason that there are two minorities there, two dominant minorities. One is the Christians and the other one is the Muslims. So probably they think that the Christians are slightly more, moving towards them, or at least a small percentage is moving towards them, which will tilt the balance. That is the hope. That's the hope that is being created.
We'll take that to RK. RK, that was spoken about, especially in central Kerala, in seats like Thrissur, that there was a definite experiment by the RSS to reach out and build an alliance with the Christian community. Is this election a test of that?
Not happening, Veera. Obviously, that is the outreach, obviously, yes. But that is restricted to a couple of bishops who are in the clutches of the law. But you take the Syrian Melbourne Church or the Catholic Church or the Latin Church, any of those churches, they are not with Modi at all or with BJP at all. In fact, they all have political parties, and those political parties have aligned themselves either with the left front or the Congress front. Yes, I would rather go by what the Manorama polls have to say, 16 to 18 to the UDF, and anything between 2 and 4 to the LDF. It doesn't give BJP an opening at all. If there is an opening to the BJP, and if BJP has actually made inroads, there is no need to field Suresh Gopi from Thrissur. Thrissur is a place where in 2019, just 30 days before poll, Suresh Gopi contested and he managed 30% of the votes. I don't see, Suresh Gopi going much beyond 30%. But at the same time, Thrissur is also a place where RSS has very strong roots. In fact, I come from some 30 kilometers north, a place called Shornur. And that is also a place where, and Palakkad, of course, Palakkad is the only place where BJP actually has a municipal chairman. So these are places where BJP is very, very strong. And unfortunately, they still have to import actors and, other notables from other places to field to try and make an election of it.
Right. Vasudha, I think the message is also that the UDF is on pole as far as Kerala is concerned, as in the LDFs reach out into. I think the only worry for the Congress is if the BJP wins by itself.
Absolutely. And Shukata said, what would this mean for Pinarayi Vijayan? Because he's also seen as a very powerful leader. He, created history when he came back to power in 2021, despite 2019 giving more seats to UDF. And also your closing remarks on what these elections would mean.
30 seconds each, all of you.
So the Pinarayi Vijayan, I thought they would do better this time because the kind of candidate selection that had happened. You had Shailaja teacher, you had the former
and he did a whole yatra before the elections.
Absolutely. And then there was the exchange of words between Rahul Gandhi and Pinarayi Vijayan. It was quite a fascinating battle to watch.
The famous Amul Baby.
Amul Baby kind of a thing being recalled, and all that was there.
As R.K. Radhakrishnan pointed out, Pappu remark was made in Kerala, he says.
Oh, right, okay. So, but I mean, from what I gather from the exit polls, again, if and but kind of a thing, it seems that it looks like the LDF has pulled down the margins of the UDF. Okay. So even Wayanad, they say, the numbers have come down a little. So we have to wait and watch as to how that is going to sort of play out.
The overall southern picture, Professor Shastri.
Veera, we have focused in the last 1 hour on the south. And if the exit polls are to be believed, there is a gentle breeze in the south, which is matching the central western monsoon, which the BJP seems to be benefiting from. And that is something I will closely watch tomorrow. Is that gentle breeze in the south visible and how strong it is?
Last 30 seconds to you, R.K. Radhakrishnan, before I get the two politicians to do their 30 seconds each.
Now, I believe the opinion polls are only a way to distract the counting agents and to try and influence them and say, look, anyway, BJP is winning. Why do you want to...
these are exit polls, they're not opinion polls. So clearly the
let's just talk about what we have in front of us at the moment. Dhruv Jati, your closing 30 seconds. The Congress's southern picture.
Specifically to Karnataka, I think the exit polls have gotten it horribly wrong. Karnataka, you're going to see anywhere that is a double-digit mark that can even reach up to more than 15 to 16. And there are a lot of swing votes, especially the guarantee votes, and I'm sure those are going to translate to numbers tomorrow.
Right. Mr. Agarwal, the Prime Minister has often said that this time the BJP is going to be the single largest party in the south of India. How much of that could be true tomorrow?
South has been always important because the Congress, when this campaign started, there was a narrative that they wanted to build about north-south divide, and that was big hurt to the national integration and national unity. And I think the outreach that Prime Minister made in the south, the Bharatiya Janata Party went all out to include that, break that narrative. And this outcome will be an important positivity on that side, that there is no such thing as north-south divide. It's a divide and rule policy which will be completely annihilated.
We are completely out of time. We have all these comments recorded, so we'll cross-check them at the end of the day on 4th June. Who's won, who's lost, who knows?
Yes, and tomorrow is an important day. While all exit polls have predicted a big win for the BJP and NDA, it remains to be seen if these exit poll numbers would be true.
Thanks for watching. And keep watching our live and continuing coverage, counting down to counting day and then on counting day.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you.
So friends, अभी टाइम आ गया है for me to answer all the questions जो आपने पूछे थे in this segment which is Ask TG, one of my personal favorites because मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. Let's see the questions we have for this week's episode.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ settings को इस तरीके से tweak करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका screen on रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने networks को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैनुलर हो जाती हैं, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो येस, यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using all these MacBooks for almost, I don't know, like how many years. In fact, जो Windows लैपटॉप भी होते हैं उसमें भी आपको इनबिल्ट एक डिफेंडर का ऑप्शन मिलता है. And even for Macs, as long as you know what you're doing, आपको किसी एंटीवायरस की जरूरत नहीं है. That's my honest recommendation. So please don't worry about your system. Just use it. No need to install any antivirus. Honest answer for you.
Easy, I feel that regularly updating my phone makes it slower. So I have switched off the automatic update. Will it be a problem?
See, it depends. Okay, if your phone is like, let's say 1-2 साल पुराना ही है, तो you should turn on the updates because it's very crucial for you to receive.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
time given by EC to Jairam Ramesh, Congress leader, to furnish proof of his allegations comes to a close. EC refuses to give him more time. BJP goes on the offensive after the EC demands proof. Countdown to results day begins. Exit polls predict a big Modi win, but the opposition has debunked those polls. Who will win the battle for India tomorrow? ECI concedes to the opposition's demand of counting postal ballots first. CEC says postal ballots are always counted first. ED files a detailed charge sheet against BRS Chief Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter, also BRS MLC K. Kavita. Charge sheet accuses her of giving kickbacks to Aam Aadmi Party leaders after conspiring with the South India group. Markets surge after exit polls predict big BJP win. Markets close at record high ahead of the results day. Nifty surge over 3% on results eve.
Hello everyone and welcome to the special broadcast. The D-Day is here and Vasudha and I have started this special broadcast because we want to talk about what is going to happen tomorrow. Because by this time tomorrow, BJP's margin of victory would have been clear. Exit polls, which are normally a better barometer than opinion polls, and if not quite accurate in terms of seats, they do suggest the direction of trend. And if true, then this would mean that India has voted for stability and continuity.
Absolutely, Maria. And one state which has had all the pollsters and analysts confused is the state of Maharashtra, the state which is the financial capital of the country, the state which has the second highest number of Lok Sabha seats after Uttar Pradesh, 48 Lok Sabha seats. Clearly, this is one state where a lot of attention is, because this is where we will get to know if there is more season for defections, and also if there is going to be any realignment of politics after the elections.
In fact, the BJP and its coalition, that is the breakaway faction of Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar's NCP, is expected to win at least 22 seats, that is as per the ABP News C voter, and a maximum of 41, that is the Jan Ki Baat's prediction.
Now, the opposition India bloc led by the Congress and also includes the original Shiv Sena and NCP groups led by ex-Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. They are basically saying that they're expecting a best performance of at least 23 to 25 seats. Remember, there are at least 13 seats where Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde is fighting against the Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray. So that is where a lot of interest is.
Yes, and in 2019 elections, Vasudha, the BJP and the then, that is undivided Shiv Sena, were dominant. And they had won 23 seats and 18 seats respectively, including a clean sweep of Mumbai's 6 constituencies. Also,
and they also registered, key victories in seats such as Sangli, Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg, which are key seats in Western Maharashtra, and of course in Konkan, Beed, Latur in Marathwada, Pune in Western Maharashtra, and of course Nashik in Northern Maharashtra, Aurangabad, and Nagpur in Vidarbha, which is also a key region, a place where the Congress hopes to make a lot of gains this time.
So on the show tonight, we decode the Maha Conundrum of Maharashtra. Joining us first on the show is the former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithvi Raj Chavan. Vasudha, you want to begin?
Thank you, Mr. Chavan, for speaking to NDTV. Sir, to start with, what are your expectations for the Maha Vikas Aghadi? I know you've clearly said that you don't want to speak on the exit poll numbers, but the Prime Minister has done over 20 events, including roadshows and public rallies in the state. The Modi factor is known to have a lot of resonance amongst the people of Maharashtra. How is your party looking at your own prospects?
Yes, 20 compared to 7 in 2019. So yes, Prime Minister is focused on Maharashtra. It is an important state with second largest number of Lok Sabha seats. Well, the atmosphere is all muddied up by the exit poll figures. So let's not discuss what the exit poll numbers are saying. I'll tell you what I feel. I think the Maha Vikas Aghadi fought a very good election. We coordinated very well at the ground level. Leaders also gelled very well. Although there was a little delay in seat finalization, which hurt us a little. But I think on the whole, the Maha Vikas Aghadi will get a majority in Maharashtra. That is more than half the number of seats
Okay.
of the 48
Mr. Javan,
which are up for
some
grabs.
pollsters are predicting that Maharashtra could bring some cheer on the faces of opposition parties, including yours, while maintaining that the BJP will retain its performance. How much would you believe that, and what, according to you, are the issues that may have helped this coalition?
Opposition, if it brings smile to the face of opposition, that's exactly what I said will happen. We will get a majority. That means we'll get more than half the seats. It could even go as high as 30 seats from majority would be 24, 25 seats. I think we are going to get more seats at the Mahayuti, that is the BJP-led alliance in Maharashtra. We have fought a very good election. There were many issues like 14% minority Muslims, 2% Christians. Then the entire Dalit population voted to save the constitution. They have voted in the majority, whatever the exit numbers might say. The ground reality is that we are starting out with a very substantial support of the minority community and the Dalit community. And of course, 50% farming community. 50% people earn their livelihood out of farming. They are very, very upset with Mr. Modi personally. And then there is the issue of corruption in Maharashtra, both political corruption and financial corruption as exposed by the electoral bond matter. Of course, we have not been able to reach the election bond corruption to the people because it happened fairly late. But the five issues, the berozgari, the unemployment, the inflation, the farmers' issues, the corruption, and the Samvidhan Bachao, the constitution, save the constitution. We only focus on these five local issues, people's issues. While Mr. Modi tries to polarize the atmosphere on religious grounds. So let us see now, Maharashtra is largely a secular state.
Okay.
I don't think his attempt to polarize and get larger share of Hindu vote will succeed. But on the other hand, he has succeeded in pushing the minority vote into the opposition corner.
But sir, despite being a national party, the Congress contested only on 17 seats in the state. We saw your own workers sort of fighting it out, getting miffed in places such as Sangli and also Mumbai. Do you think the party, a national party, could have given yourself a little more space, to your own party instead of giving a lot of seats to the allies?
I think specifically on 3 seats, we had a very strong claim. The seat of Sangli, seat of Mumbai, South Central and Bhiwandi. But in a give and take, we ultimately had to concede all the 3 seats, which we were absolutely sure of winning. But let's not forget, when we sat down to discuss the seat allocation, we had only 1 Lok Sabha seat in 2019, as against 18 that Shiv Sena had. So they started with the position of strength, we started with the position of weakness. I think given the reality of 2019 election, we got 17 seats, we should have got 30, we should have got 20 seats, 3 more seats really. But in a very hard bargaining which took place inordinate time, the seat finalization was delayed quite a lot. It shouldn't have been. But ultimately we worked well together. We conceded the 3 seats to our alliance partners, 2 to Shiv Sena and 1 to NCP. But important thing is we worked very closely together, both at the ground level where the Karyakartas worked very closely, the election, the booth agents and the door-to-door campaigners, and also the leaders who campaigned in each other's constituencies and who held joint rallies. Of course, the seat finalization took a little time, and that's why a campaign took off a little late. But I think we gelled well, and I think we'll get benefits of the 3-party alliance, which has worked very well. We have worked better than the BJP alliance, the Mahayuti alliance, which could not even finalize the seat much later than we had all finalized.
So, one of the dominant narrative of this election, particularly in Maharashtra, was the infrastructure push of the BJP, what Mr. Modi had done for the state. Did the Congress find it difficult to counter that narrative? Because people were saying that Prime Minister Modi and his government built the Atal Setu in 7 years, despite the Congress being in power for 70 years. You couldn't do much for the state.
Well, 2 things. Mr. Modi focused only on physical infrastructure. be it roads, the sea bridge, or the railways and all that, airports. But he completely ignored the very important and very crucial infrastructure, which is the soft infrastructure, education, health, research, social security. And I think a country will pay heavily because neglect of these areas. See, why is there an unemployment problem? Firstly, Mr. Modi has mishandled the economy. But the engineers and MBAs and other professionals that we are churning out are not employable because we are not focusing. There are 41% seats vacant in IITs. For the first time, IIT graduates have not been placed. So we are really diluting the quality of our higher education substantially by ignoring the health and education sector, only focusing on the hard infrastructure. Hard infrastructure has appeal for a certain generation, husband and wife working in IT sector, and they say, look, Modi built Atal Setu, why could Congress do it in 70 years? What Congress did in 70 years, they laid a basic foundation of self-reliance for 250 public sector enterprises, where even a needle was not being made. We started making jet aircraft and all that. That foundation, the research infrastructure, the atomic energy, the space sector, all that infrastructure, the soft infrastructure as I call it, health, education, and research, that infrastructure Congress laid. I mean, you don't see physically, it's not a touch and feel infrastructure like a 6-lane highway or a Atal Setu. But I think the country will pay dearly for neglect of these important sectors.
A last question to you, sir. How do you see the political situation in Maharashtra changing post Lok Sabha elections, since assembly polls, also BMC elections are all round the corner? Do you see more defections in the coming days?
I have already said in many times that 6 full-fledged political parties with MPs in Lok Sabha and many legislators in the assembly are not sustainable. So I see at least a reduction of 2 parties which fought the Lok Sabha election, 3 parties each in the 2 alliances. I think some realignment of forces, some parties merging into larger parties, so dissolving into the larger parties. I think we'll go back to 2-party each alliance like we had for the last 10-15 years, to one right-wing alliance of BJP and maybe some Shiv Sena faction, and largely a Congress left or center alliance. That's what I see. Individuals may shift. There'll be a greater pressure on the Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar faction to merge into a larger BJP. Right. So that kind of a movement I see, but I don't see anyone from Congress or Sharad Pawar's NCP or Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena breaking away, leaving our MBA alliance and going into it. 1Z, 2Z, yes, we can always expect. Some people are facing some ED and CBI heat. Some people have been lured with Rajya Sabha seats, as in case of Ashok Chavan and Milind Devra. So, isolated case maybe, but mass scale, large scale defection from MBA is ruling.
Right. So 6 political formations in a state like Maharashtra may not be sustainable, and tomorrow, Maria, we could actually get a glimpse of what the politics of Maharashtra could be headed towards. Joining us now to answer some very difficult questions on Maharashtra, or attempt to answer some very difficult questions on Maharashtra, Neerja Chaudhary, who's a senior journalist. We have Rohit Chandavarkar, who is, of course, an author and political analyst. We have Susiben Shah, spokesperson of the Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde. We have Sanjay Gupta, who is a leader of the Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray, and of course Clyde Crasto, spokesperson of the NCP led by Sharad Chandra Pawar, and we have Shazia Ilmi of the BJP joining us. Thank you all of you for joining us on this show. To you, Susiben Shah, there is a lot of apprehension over how the Eknath Shinde led faction will perform. I remember that the Prime Minister started his, in fact, his roadshow, his public rally was in Shivaji Park, which actually gave a lot of us reminder of what Bal Thackeray used to do. So clearly the Prime Minister did more than what he could do. He walked the extra mile to campaign for the Shiv Sena candidates. Do you think all of that is going to ensure that Shinde MPs win the kind of seats that you're expecting?
Good evening to all. You know, as you rightly said, the Narendra Modi ji set the right tone by having a meeting at Shivaji Park, because we walk the talk. We believe in the ideology of Hindutva. We believe in ideology of Vandaniya Balasaheb Pramukh, our Shiv Sena Pramukh, and BJP always had for the past 25 years. So here we have a Mahayuti where there is a chemistry, there is an alliance, meeting of the ideologies. It is a natural alliance. As far if you see Maha Aghadi, at the moment they are in a great mode of denial. I mean, everything is bad about this election and especially the exit polls. They are calling it fascist mindset. They are calling it planted exit polls, making wild and brazen allegations against the EC. All of them unfounded. But let me tell you this, on the ground, Mahayuti, along with BJP and Shiv Sena, have made effort, move tandemly, effortlessly, relentlessly. We work towards sending the message of development, of one India, one nation, security, safety.
Yes, all that is fine, but I think you should hold on to your views till tomorrow, because there are exit polls which are suggesting otherwise as well, and that makes me...
Complete, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Rohit Chandravarkar, Rohit, you know, there are a number of ideas that are being shared by exit polls. There is C voter which talks about 22, Jan Ki Baat talking about 41 for the BJP-led, NDA-led BJP. But the larger question here is that which of the numbers would be the closest, because there is that sense that BJP may not be losing, but its alliance or the allies,
that's not true,
could be at some, could face some losses.
Maria, there's been a lot of speculation, like you said, others said, Vasudha also mentioned about which way the results are going. See, 2 or 3 things, important things. There are about 20 seats in Maharashtra out of 48 where the fight is very close and they are kind of very unpredictable. About 28 seats are such that we more or less know which way, the result is going. To add to that, there are about 18 seats where last time the winning margin was more than 80,000 to 1 lakh. That is the BJP alliance winning with 80,000 to 1 lakh votes. Now, how will that change is kind of very interesting and very unpredictable. That is part one. Part two, at the beginning of the polls, there was speculation that everything is tilted in favor of Uddhav Thackeray-Sharad Pawar alliance, Maha Vikas Aghadi. But as we proceeded during the last phases, now the picture seems to be that maybe it's going to be a little bit easier for Mahayuti, that is the BJP-led alliance, compared to what was predicted earlier. Interestingly, this is a picture which is exactly the opposite of the national picture. If you look at the national picture, you all know, I don't want to get into that, it is exactly the opposite kind of trend, where, as we proceed into the elections, the thing becomes easier for Mahayuti or BJP-led Aghadi in Maharashtra for various reasons, various factors. Okay. Last point is, there's going to be a clear urban-rural divide kind of a thing, which I see. If you look at cities like Mumbai, Pune, other places, there is Nagpur, etc., there is clear pro-BJP trend there. And if you go into Marathwada,
what is becoming clear is that there is no massive loss to the BJP or Mahayuti as was being sensed by the opposition. Nirja, would you agree to that? There were a lot of narrative and the chatter that Maharashtra could see massive losses for Mahayuti. But that's not what the exit pollsters are suggesting at the moment.
I think the wisdom on the ground, if you talk to ordinary people, I traveled in Maharashtra, was 50-50. At one point, Sharad Pawar himself had said half and half. Yeah. He revised it later and gave MVA a bigger figure. But generally, people feel that if MVA gets more than around 20 seats also, the game will open up for the assembly elections that are due in October. The eyes of most of the players in Maharashtra today, of course, this is the Lok Sabha election. People are voting really essentially to elect the Prime Minister. Narendra Modi will have some advantage after his campaigning. But the eyes of everybody are on who will sit on that gaddi in Mumbai in October.
Right.
And I think that's where the realignments could take place.
Okay.
If the NVA does well, then it is possible that people from Shiv Sena go back to Uddhav Thackere's Shiv Sena, people from Ajit Pawar's NCP go back to Sharad Pawar's NCP. I mean, there are already moves and people are in touch with each other. Now, if they do badly, the MVA does badly in the Lok Sabha, then of course the BJP may well start to woo the Uddhav Thackeray group again, and reach out again to Sharad Pawar group to cross over.
Sanjay Gupta, for the Uddhav Thackeray, for Sanjay Gupta, if there's one person who's come out of this entire political game that has played out, it is Uddhav Thackeray, who's come out as a very capable negotiator because he's managed to get 21 seats. He's, your party is fighting on 21 seats. What kind of pressure are you facing? Because there is one section which believes that there is sympathy for Uddhav Thackeray. There's another section that believes that Sainik bhi chala gaya, Sena bhi chali gayi. So how do you look at, not just the exit polls, but what are you expecting tomorrow for your party? Because this is not just about politics, this is also about the legacy of the foundation of your party.
देखिए, बीजेपी हो या सिंधे गुट, दोनों को ही आज बाला साहब ठाकरे का नाम लेना पड़ रहा है। और राजनीति भावनाओं से चलती है, कागज पत्रों से नहीं चलती। भले ही चुनाव चिन्ह या नाम किसी भी ने भी ले लिया हो, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र के अंदर, देश के अंदर बाला साहब को माना जाता है, बाला साहब के परिवार को माना जाता है, क्योंकि बाला साहब ने देश के साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र के साथ साथ
चुनाव के बाद आप वेलकम करेंगे,
महत्वता दी। पिछली बार
शिंदे जी को वेलकम करेंगे।
पिछली बार भी हम 21 सीटों पे लड़े थे और हमने 18 सीटें जीती थी, और इस बार भी हम 21 सीटों पे लड़ रहे हैं और 18 सीटों से ज्यादा हम जीतेंगे।
Okay.
तो
Clyde, one thing that was clear before the elections, and also as Vasudha is pointing out, maybe even the period between the exit polls and the final results, that Maharashtra could witness another round of churning.
Absolutely.
That it is a stage which is set for perhaps some more political alignments and realignments. People on ground do not have faith in any of the political parties, and that's what is reflecting also in exit polls, that it could be even Steven.
And Clyde, your own boss, Sharad Pawar, saying that smaller parties could be joining the Congress, that actually set the cat among the pigeons in some ways.
Well, you're right, Maria, and Vasudha, you all are right in a lot of ways, because see, the whole political scenario of Maharashtra was corrupted by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Breaking parties, breaking families, and the people didn't know what to do, because one day they were here and the other day they were accusing somebody of corruption, and the third day those so-called corrupt by the BJP were part of the BJP. So people were upset. And hear me out. I've said this before, I'm going to repeat this again. Okay? The Bharatiya Janata Party, like Mario you were saying, is going to probably suffer because of the people they've taken on board. And I'm not saying it because I feel that, they're doing something wrong or whatever. They did what they had to do. But the point here is their very own leaders, including the Honorable Prime Minister, who was calling us as the naturally corrupt party. And, 4 days before Ajit Pawar joined him, he was calling him a 70,000 crore scamster. Kirit Somaya was blaming all the people from the Eknath Shinde camp. And at the end of all this, all these so-called scamsters and corrupt people who were on the other side became a part of the Bharatiya Janata Party. That actually has annoyed the voters of Maharashtra. And I'm telling you, poll of polls and everything that you are talking about is, I'm not taking anything away from what survey you all have done. But the point here is, tomorrow the results will reflect that the Bharatiya Janata Party, the kind of dirty politics that they played in Maharashtra, has annoyed the people of Maharashtra, and they have voted against them. So, Bharatiya Janata Party on their own would have done better.
For all the calculations that the BJP did
corrupt,
before the elections, because you were hoping that the real Shiv Sena would be of Eknath Shinde, the real NCP would be of Ajit Pawar, the people do not believe in your narrative. Something that is reflecting in exit polls. And of course, we'll have to wait for the results tomorrow.
Firstly, let me tell you that we are not very comfortable with the reports of Maharashtra, like the Congress is when it comes to, and the other parties are when it comes to them to not accept the poll of polls. Why should we also accept the polls of polls? when they are not, अब ये poll उनके लिए right है क्योंकि उनके फेवर का पोल है, और यदि कोई पोल जो हमारे फेवर का है तो फिर वो wrong है. So even we don't accept this poll. So it is nothing. It's not far away. I mean, the results are just a few hours away. In fact, I would say just a few minutes away. And the narrative that's being set and the overconfidence in which the opposition is being barred with is something which they will see tomorrow when the results come out, because it's nothing like that. I mean, as far as the voters are concerned, let me tell you, the deliverables in terms of the government with their in place has been very much up to the mark, and there is no
Asif, you should not be dismissing it outrightly. Still, the poll of polls is talking about you having a clear edge. Almost like 10 seats, Vasudha, there. NDTV poll of polls saying that NDA in Maharashtra is 29, India is at 19. So why dismiss it outrightly? Yes, you had a question for the Congress guest.
Chitra, Chitra, Rahul Gandhi ended his Bharat Jodo Yatra from the city of Mumbai. And, what kind of impact do you think the Congress party has had with his yatras there, especially in Maharashtra, because it was fairly an elaborate one. But your party is just fighting on 17 seats. And if you look at the quality of seats, one of them is against Piyush Goyal, who's a sitting minister. There have been fights amongst your candidates in Sangli, of course, Northwest Mumbai. How do you think that you could have been, a better negotiator when it comes to your own interest in the state of Maharashtra?
Well, Maria, I would just like to say that the bigger question or the bigger challenge, facing us was to defeat the fascist government, which had the anti-Maharashtra or anti-people's interest at their heart, always. The BJP government always played the dirty politics, as we all know that in terms of whether it's the industries that they have to take out of Maharashtra, or whether it's the farmer suicides, or whether it's the atrocities against women. Everything has seen a sharp rise. 37 IT industries now are leaving from the Pune-Hinjawadi area. Billions of dollars in investments that were supposed to come to Maharashtra, that pie has been taken away from the people of Maharashtra. So a lot of people, the Maharashtra people have actually suffered during the BJP and the Mahayuti government. Maharashtra will definitely pay back, and it will pay back hard. It was a short initiative of the Congress party to end.
So battleground Maharashtra getting very difficult to predict, but Maria, in a few hours from now, we'll know where the politics of Maharashtra is headed and if there are going to be any defections. But honestly, a lot of us thought that Congress was going to split, but it was NCP and Shiv Sena that split in the last few years, and we're just thankful that there is elections happening in Maharashtra after all these political upheavals.
And I would like to thank all the guests who joined us. But Vasudha, interesting reading would be that all the 3 states assembly elections which are going to take place in the next 6 months, be it Jharkhand or Maharashtra, Haryana, it is the Congress which seems to be on a better footing in these 3 states. As per the exit polls, let's see how it translates into numbers tomorrow. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates. In fact, we will be doing a quick understanding of how the markets are reacting to, in fact, they reacted today to this high, which is being seen as a Modi high.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us. In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the
Welcome back. The share markets posted a massive jump in early trade today, banking on exit poll predictions of continuity and political stability. The 30-share Sensex rallied around 2,000 points this morning, while the 50 stock Nifty recorded its biggest jump in 4 years during the market opening. Remember, the jump comes even as experts had cautioned that markets would remain volatile in anticipation of the results tomorrow.
And in fact, market watchers are calling it Namo High, that is Narendra Modi High. Several PSU stocks from multiple sectors such as railways, defense and also aviation and tourism will be in focus following exit poll results that have hinted at 350 plus seat for the BJP-led NDA.
Absolutely. A BJP win on the 4th of June with a strong mandate. With a strong mandate would, of course, signal in some ways policy continuity and also help capex-linked sectors to sustain high valuations. That's what experts have told us. And but what we'll try to do in the course of next 30 minutes is try and understand the movement in the market and also understand why did it react this way and also the impact of electoral wins and defeats. For that, let's talk to a panel of experts today. We're joined by Vikas Khemeni, who's the founder of Carnelian Asset Management. We have Radhika Gupta, MD and CEO of Edelweiss Mutual Fund. We have Manish Dangi, who's the founder and CEO of Mosaic Asset Management, and Atul Suri of Marathon Trends PMS. Starting with you, Mr. Vikas, how do you...
Atul.
Okay,
yes.
Starting with Atul Suri.
Yes.
So the new highs, the new high, like Maria said, is being called a Namo high. What kind of impact does the exit poll result indications have had on, the movement of the market that we've seen in the last few days? Because, there have been ups and downs, but today it has been really great. Do you think that there has been some, some motion to assuage the jitters that we saw a few days ago?
Yeah, I mean, what you notice is that prior to the run-up of this exit poll, the markets have been pretty sideways. And that's been a bit surprising, So essentially, the markets are looking confused. They've had a few days up, a few days down. But going into this result phase, the market was looking very confused as such. So we didn't really have any pre-result run-up, etc. So when the expectations were low or there was no real build-up, in fact, the system also had a lot of shorts built into it. So there was a surprising lack of optimism or a certain amount of confusion in the market. But when the exit poll came out, which was so decisive, that even if there's a margin of error, the market participants felt that, yes, the continuity would go and it would be a big mandate. So that's why the market had a re-rating. And in such times, when you have such sort of gap-up movements, there's a lot of element of short covering. So on a day like this, you will find that stocks that are beaten down or sectors that are beaten down prior to that, for example, banking, they tend to have a big spurt up. So today was also a case of, I think, short covering. Of course, there's going to be action tomorrow and so and follow-ups. So I don't think that the whole story is over on one day. There are going to be many more chapters to this story. But more importantly is that the market was a bit confused and that confusion is out of the way. That's why the kind of spurt that you have in the market
Yes.
is massive.
Yes, because markets are best placed when there is stability, political stability and continuity of sorts. Radhika, coming to you, Prime Minister Modi, in an interview to our editor-in-chief, Mr. Sanjay Pugalia, had emphasized that today's generation should be about risk-takers, basically hinting at more participation in the equity markets. Since many would say that a message of that nature coming from the top political boss of the country, are we going to see more increase in inflow into mutual funds?
I think so, and I think the mutual fund trend is structural. Firstly, I think it is very good to see Prime Minister endorsing the fact that more average Indians should create wealth through equities, through mutual funds. And I think over the last few years, you've seen a meaningful expansion, whether it is in the SIP book, that's 20,000 crores, the number of mutual fund folios, the number of demat accounts. So I think this messaging coming from the highest levels in government is a very, very important message. The second thing is, I do think this trend is structural. If you look at the trajectory that countries like the US or countries like China have followed, as you move from $2,500 to $5,000 per capita GDP, which is the movement that we are making, there is a natural financialization. You move from cash, you move from physical assets like real estate, you move from gold towards financial assets. And even today, with all the growth we've seen in the last few years, for instance, mutual fund penetration to GDP is a meager 16% when the world average is closer to 70-80%. So this is going to happen. Certainly a stable government and what we've seen in the last few years and what we saw today will give a further thrust to it. It's a natural trajectory that India will see, and it's very important for domestic capital to get stronger and stronger. That makes our markets more resilient to foreign flows as well.
Right. Mr. Vikas, as most exit polls predict a landslide victory for the NDA, there is a sense that the bullishness that's surrounding the BJP's return to power for the third term has pushed some sense of, all the Indian benchmarks, because we looked at the numbers that Nifty 50 is at, and of course the Sensex numbers today. But after the sharp gains that we saw today, is there a scope for a rather flat trade tomorrow?
I think very hard to call out what tomorrow. Of course, large part of the possible uptick due to short covering or additional inflow would have been done. But I think probably 1% or 2% might be still positive. I don't think reason why it will be negative. Some of the probably short covering might happen further tomorrow. Some new flows might come in. So I don't see a negative day, but at the same time, I think large part of the possible uptick is done. I think and if you see post any election in the past, after 1 or 2 days of euphoria, once the elections results are out or any big event is out, I think the life comes back to normalcy, and you start you go back to your normal stuff in terms of fundamentals, earning growth and liquidity stuff. So I guess it's a 2 days excitement, and of course vote for continuity is far more important, which all of us have been waiting for. And I do believe that from a medium term to long term perspective, India is one of the best wealth creation cycle ahead of us. I do say that India, it's an Indian economic miracle waiting to happen over the next 10-20 years. And so one should approach this from that perspective rather than what happens in a day or two.
And one of the stocks particularly was that also of Adani Group. In fact, the shares of 3 Adani Group companies hit record highs. And a broad-based rally in the infrastructure focus. There has been infrastructure push, particularly that we have seen by this government. How much of that do you think will have the bigger message that will be sent, particularly of this for this conglomerate?
So I don't want to comment on a particular group as such. I think and for the fact that Adani Group stocks have some very, very good assets like support and renewables, one should look at from that perspective. Of course, infrastructure spending is one of the biggest focus of this government, and I'm sure lots of companies which are focused on this will benefit from that. And in general, I think I do believe that we are in one of the biggest infrastructure spending cycle ahead of us, and also another capex cycle ahead of us. There's a massive amount of investments happening across industries, and we will see that only getting accelerated. Manufacturing is one of the big trend ahead of us. And I'd see that getting accelerated with this continuation of this government.
Mr. Manish, Adani Ports and Adani Enterprises were among the top 10 gainers on the benchmark Nifty 50 index today, which also rallied to a record high, even as exit polls ensured some sense of stability, at least the prospects of stability. How do you see this, sir?
Well, that's good for Adani's, and again, it sort of belongs to core sectors, and likely that this government would its heart is there, in actually building core sector. Capacity utilizations are very high, and as such, एक ब्राह्मण ने कहा है कि ये साल अच्छा है, और rather 5 साल अच्छे हैं for Adani Group, so it should do well.
Yes, Mr. Manish, the government is also likely to focus on measures for small and medium enterprises because there's so much talk about manufacturing. In fact, the plan of 100 days, first 100 days, that has already started. The Prime Minister took a key meeting today. In fact, there's what we hear from our sources, and Maria would also agree with this, that there could be a lot of focus on smaller towns because there is going to be emphasis on industrial growth and also employment. And this is going to go beyond metropolitan cities. How would the market look at something like this, sir? Because all of this is in the realm of Viksit Bharat 2047, something that the Prime Minister seems very serious about.
So small businesses are, not necessarily in the catchment area of markets. It's a second order effect. When there is a capital creation in small businesses, of course, there is a benefit. A second order effect happens on larger companies, and this is what, markets would share. But in general, if India were to grow faster than 6%, which has been its last 25, 30 years of growth rate, the only way would be that a very large part of economy or industrial capex happens in small businesses. Large corporates represents only 10-15% of the total capex.
Right.
So that's the part, which has been missing in India for the last 8-10 years. And hopefully, given high capacity utilization, low leverage, great banking balance sheets, and of course now continuity on the political front, should pave way for some risk-taking. This is what Mr. Modi meant in terms of risk-taking. It's not about, risk-taking in equity markets. It's that the promoter must be nudged to take risk and build India.
And Radhika, would you say that the theme today, of course, was the PSU stocks, SBI, NTPC, ONGC, Power Grid, all these shares gained nearly 9% today. And we have seen big reforms post-2019, particularly of the PSUs. Is there a sense that in the public sector units, there would be much more in an impending third term of Prime Minister Modi?
Well, I think I wouldn't want to ascribe a theme to today in particular. I think if you look at the segments that you talk about, whether it is power, whether it is public sector banks, whether it is defense, where a large number of players are PSU banks, they have been in flavor, they have been interesting for the market for the last few years. At some point, I think the stocks, constituted undervalued stocks. In many of these sectors, I think defense is a classic example. Indigenization has been a very, very strong story. The export story has shaped up very well. And I think that has led to a re-rating in PSU stocks. In defense, for instance, order books are very, very large. So I think what you saw today is a continuation of the theme that the market has seen for the last 12 to 18 months. And if that capex push, that private sector investment push that everyone has talked about is to continue, then there's no reason that this will not continue. I always caution investors, however, that, despite all the themes, there is a sanity and reality of valuation. So as investors, we always have to balance that. Market moves this week are likely to be volatile. But finally, markets and individual names will come down to the reality of earnings. That said, I think PSUs for individual pockets, whether power, defense, have been a story for the last 18 months. It's no surprise that, that continued today.
Right. Mr. Suri, also now this is an associated question, what are the share market's expectations from this, from the next government? Because, of course, there could be some expectation of measures to boost private investment. But of course, is there also a sense that there is a need for cut in long-term capital gains or something else? Or maybe what is the mood like amongst the foreign investors at least?
So I think the thing that matters beyond these elections and the short-term euphoria is that there's a lot of talk of the first 100 days of the government. And the interesting part is the PM has extended to 125 days, where he's added 25 days for feedback from the youth. So I think that's very interesting. That shows the mindset of the government. But I feel that in the next 125 days, there will be a lot of policy measures in specific industries. And I, as an investor, would be focusing on these spaces. For example, there are 5 of them which come to mind. First is green power and energy, and you can also see that playing out in stocks. Second is electric mobility. Third is the whole talk of creating 10 new cities for manufacturing and services. Digitization of land records, which will affect the real estate sector, and whole thing of transportation and logistics. So I feel that the government is going to push to these 5 areas. So beyond the euphoria of the next few days, which may be, as due to various market activity and participants, I think these are going to be defining. One is at an index level, right, which is not very cheap. But there are certain pockets where the government is going to go all out. Like we have seen how they went all out for defense and the kind of impact it had in defense stocks. So I do think that these 4 or 5 themes will play out in the next few days, and that's what I would be looking as an investor.
But Radhika, also there could be a lot of emphasis on welfareism because, Maria, we did see the political campaign and it was centered around social justice. So there is a sense that welfareism is in, and it's in for the longer term. How would the market and how would experts, how would investors look at a model that's built on populism?
I think resorting to extreme populism is always a risk for India. But I think the past track record of this government, including the budget that just went by, shows that even in a pre-election year or election year, they've managed to strike the fine balance between what is populism and investing for the future and, maintaining levels of fiscal deficit. In fact, I think multiple statements have been made that even these levels of fiscal deficit are not ones that we are going to sustain for a long time. And priority, even in the toughest times of COVID, has been put out that we are going to focus on capital expenditure and building for the long term rather than the shortcuts of revenue expenditure. So I think that is a track record that we have behind us, and markets would look for that track record to continue and for that fine balance to continue.
Right. And coming on this point that has been made here, Manish, particularly to do with over the next 24 to 48 hours, does it, that stability or the swing that we are seeing in the market, does it stop immediately, or will we be seeing more optimism that is because of the exit polls, and which will, if it actually comes true, then it will translate into actual results tomorrow?
So, these happy hours are because of 2 things.
Yes.
Because one, of course, some part of the market, market thinks of things as probabilistic, and at least 10-15% chances were there that the mandate wouldn't be as strong. So that anxiety is getting, it's sort of a relaxant to the market, and which is getting unbound. The anxiety is getting unbound. And of course, there's also to do with, a lot of technicalities in the market. Those very 15% bet on the, had bet on the market, on the short side, and they have to recover. And which is why mega caps are recovering, which is where, foreigners are sort of returning to India and recovering their sort of short bets. If you ask me, beyond 2-3 days, would it last, as everyone else in the panel have talked about it, that it's going to depend upon growth dynamic, its profit cycle of the country, and sort of primarily the capex cycle does pick up meaningfully, especially the private capex, because public capex is going to be unwinding now.
Right.
There's going to be less government over the next 5 years than what it's been for the last 5 years, and which is why the private side has to kick in to ensure that the profit cycle actually continues.
Right. Mr. Suri, also help us understand when the FM, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said a few days ago that voters of India don't want unstable governments. Is it to mean that normal products of coalition governments are seen as unstable? Because she did speak a lot about a clear mandate and also strengths of stability. How do market experts look at something like this?
I think India has been blessed with political continuity. One of the big factors that why India outperforms most global markets. First of all, most global markets are doing great. They are near lifetime highs. But India is actually stand out in terms of performance, whether it's during a correction or the up move. And I think one of the big factors is political continuity. Assuming things work out, we are talking about the 15 years of the same government. If you look at all global big players, There are so many democracies that are going into vote and all have a chance of the government changing. Look at US, right?
Yes.
You have to choose between Biden and Trump. It's a very difficult choice, and either are a bad choice, I think. If you look at UK, you know that the current conservatives are going to be knocked out. So you will find that a lot of democracies in the world are getting into the election mode. And in all places, there could be likely changes in government. India is a standout country because not only do we have political continuity, it is stability and a government which I think in the third term, you can see the focus of the Prime Minister even before the elections, talking so much about economy growth. And I think that this is really going to stand out. I don't think any foreign investor will be able to ignore India for long. Right. Yes, they may play out due to various technical reasons, being oversold, overbought, etc., variously. But India is going to emerge as a shining star, and political continuity is going to be right up there. And that, I think, is going to drive equity markets even further.
Let's
we will be an expensive market.
Wrap up
we
this
will always
conversation.
be expensive.
And we have just enough time for the final comments from all of you. I'm going to begin with you, Radhika. Which are the sectors where it will be a massive positive impact? Because I'm looking at what the various brokerages have said with regards to exit polls. Everybody is bullish, market is bullish. So which are the areas where you are expecting positive impact immediately? Not, perhaps short to medium term.
I think short to medium term, I would say three that we are bullish on in portfolios. Industrials and beneficiaries of private capex and manufacturing. Beneficiaries of reforms. I think this time the PSU bank story in particular, given bank balance sheets, is very strong. And I think more medium term, India is seeing an incredible wave of premium consumption.
Right.
Okay.
Atul Suri, your last, Mr. Suri, your last word, your closing remarks on what are your expectations from the new government?
As I said, the agenda for the next 125 days is what dominates my mind. I look at green energy, I look at electric vehicles, infra for the 10 new cities, real estate because of the land records, and logistics because that's what really makes the speed of business faster. So these are the 5 themes I would focus on.
Okay, and because this is going to be a government in continuity if these numbers hold, and Mr. Modi is returning with a bigger mandate, so he can take far more tough calls. Are you expecting, decisions which were rolled back by the, by the government because of protests that we saw, the farm laws and everything take center stage again?
I'm sure. I think some of the long pending, reforms such as, agriculture reforms, some of the labor reforms, judicial reforms, which government has been intending to do, I think they will definitely find flavor and a lot more focus on that. But I'm sure the way I understand is that as far as the economic reforms are concerned, our government will continue more of same with a lot more focus on execution and acceleration. If you see Prime Minister's today's article, he's focused on 4 things: speed, scale, scope, and standards. And that talks about that, what is the intent of the government very clearly. And manufacturing will be one of the biggest rise along with all other factors.
And Manish, your closing remarks on, Mr. Suri had pointed out that this is an election year for many countries. So what are the other geopolitical factors that we need to factor in as we talk about the way forward?
I think, what matters, of course, to India geopolitically is oil and US recession, beyond these 2 variables, little matter. So Trump likely is going to be a small risk off, but not significantly and generally favorable for India. And US recession is something that everyone has been waiting off, and it never arrives. But at some point in time, in the next 3-6 months, as and when US recession arrives, it would sort of lead to some risk off. So these are the 2 major risks, from outside that would come in.
Right. So benchmark indices, Nifty 50 and Sensex have scaled record highs in the recent days, supported by macroeconomic factors and, of course, earnings as well as anticipation of a clear mandate as shown by exit polls. But just about in a few hours from now, we'll see the real numbers. Thank you all of you for joining us on this show.
And with that, it's a wrap from Vasudha and me. We'll be seeing you tomorrow through the day. This is your election news destination. Don't go anywhere. NDTV means politics and politics means NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
Ennikalu ante NDTV.
Election havedi NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
तेरदल एनराल NDTV.
चुटणी एटले NDTV.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम rewind करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे mobile history को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com.
This is
NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening. Welcome to a very special program where we look ahead to tomorrow. For us here in India, the biggest day perhaps the entire year, the day when we know which party, which alliance comes to power at the center and governs our country for the next 5 years.
Well, it may sound a bit cliche, but it is important for us to remember what was this big exercise. This is the world's largest election. It is the world's most populous nation. 7 rounds in this blistering heat of what has been clearly a tough ongoing summer. 44 days, 15 million polling staff, 1 million polling stations, and at stake 543 seats.
But ultimately, all those numbers come down to one single number, 272. That's the halfway mark. In our first past the post system, whoever gets more than that comes to power. Exit polls have shown a massive edge to the BJP and its allies. If the trends of all the exit polls hold true, get set for a historic election for the BJP. A staggering election win for the 3rd consecutive time. A key question, if that is to happen, where would that leave the opposition in India?
Yes, so much for various political parties to ponder, but by this time tomorrow, the results will be out and we'll no longer be discussing the exit polls, we'll be discussing the actual results. Vishnu.
So let's start up by actually doing a couple of big takeaways. I think that's fairly interesting. So in terms of the takeaways from the exit polls, what are the big takeaways for the BJP? Remember, 10 on 10 of the big exit polls have predicted an NDA victory. In fact, in that poll of polls, you have it there on the left-hand side. On that column, the NDA is projected to win 365 seats. Some of them have said that they might even go up to 400. The India Alliance far behind at 146. And there has not been any outlier to the trend that the NDA is going to win. Nobody said that the India Alliance is going to win.
Yes, so what's becoming increasingly clear is that the BJP is no longer a party of the Hindi heartland. Although the Hindi heartland still beats for Modi, BJP is likely to expand its footprints into newer territories. So catchment areas that we have been discussing about, be it Bengal, it is projected to make significant gains in Bengal and also in Odisha, gains in Andhra Pradesh in that alliance that they have with the TDP and also with the Janasena.
They might even open their account in Kerala, who knows at this stage, because that's what some of the polls have predicted. What do the exit polls imply for the opposition? Well, the opposition India bloc is likely to win 150 odd seats. The India bloc, unable, if these exit polls translate to results, have been unable to put a united fight together and provide an alternative to the millions of voters in our country. The entire issue of no clear leadership, some would suggest, was just a free pass to the NDA, to the BJP. In the absence of a leader to take on, a single leader to take on the might of Narendra Modi, the lack of clear leadership has been a clear concern.
And the bigger concern now is, where does the opposition go from here onwards? Will there be, and given the kind of narrative which has been set, particularly around the electronic voting machine and the raising of the doubts with regards to the electoral process, what next for India bloc? Vishnu, let's introduce our guests now.
We've got Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP. We'll be joined by Dr. Shama Mohammed of the Congress soon. A. Saravanan, national spokesperson of the DMK, with us. Satya Prakash Mishra, leader of the JDU and former spokesperson of the JDU. Thanks very much for being with us. Ghansham Tiwari, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Our own Tiwari, Amitabh Tiwari, next to him. Sunil Alag, the business marketing and brand building strategies guru. Sanjay Kumar, the cephalogist and professor at CSTS, also with us. So it's a big panel this evening. But let me go across to you, Shehzad Poonawalla. If these exit polls translate into results, is this essentially the start of a new India, where past models of looking at election results may end up being somewhat old-fashioned and cliched? That there is a certain desire which old-fashioned analysis doesn't account for, that this is very clear. Narendra Modi and the BJP and the vision they have is the dominant image which people in India expect.
Thank you, Vishnu and Maria, for having me on your show. And of course, in the next 14 to 16 hours, we are going to have the exact results. And some of the takeaways that we can definitively say based on the exit poll results, can you just correct my echo, are as follows. The fact is that a huge propaganda was created that the Bharatiya Janata Party is essentially a quote-unquote cowbelt party restricted to the north and the central part of the country and maybe to the west. That has been completely demolished, especially with the kind of gains we are making in the eastern part and the southernmost part of the country. Secondly, the fact of the matter is that a huge propaganda was done that after 10 years, Narendra Modi has not been able to deliver, especially on issues of mehengai, berozgari, development, etc. That has now come down, is not getting any traction. Can you please correct the echo?
Yes, we'll try and fix that.
That entire propaganda has been busted.
Yes.
Yeah, that propaganda has been busted because after 10 years, there are very few examples where leaders are elected for the third time, that too with a bigger mandate. Nehruji also was elected 3 times, but his mandate was declining in the 62 election. Thirdly, the fact is that the narrative was that in Bengal, there is no alternative to Mamata Banerjee. That has been completely demolished. Fourthly, that the BJP voters, usually the narrative is that the BJP voters is a very loud voter, but that is not true. In fact, now it is clear that it is the India Alliance voters who are the more louder ones trying to make videos on YouTube and trying to create an atmosphere.
We will try and get reaction from Ghanshyam on that. But because CSDS has come up with some interesting numbers, let's try and bring in Sanjay Kumar on that note. Sanjay Kumar, one thing that is becoming clear from your data is that the BJP is gaining, so is the Congress. But BJP's gains and the Congress's gains are coming at the cost of their of regional players. For the Congress is the India bloc players.
No, absolutely. For both the parties, whether we are talking about the BJP or the Congress, if you look at the vote share estimates, not only for CSDS, but if you also look at for other exit polls, the share of vote share for the regional parties has shrunk, and that will apply even for the seats as well. So while Congress still remains far ahead compared to the BJP, at least going by the exit poll estimates, but still, if you look at how people perceive this election, it's actually a large number of people believe that this is a two-headed race. On one side, it is the Congress-led India Alliance, and on the other side, it is the BJP-led NDA Alliance. So the popularity, even though regional parties have remained popular in their own state, but in some states, people decided to vote either for the BJP or for the Congress because they perceived this as a national election. Telangana being one of those states.
I just, before we go across to Ghanshyam, wanted to go across to Sunil Alag, because in as much as we are drawn to the minutiae of these elections and the various talking points which will emerge, and they're important, I think we sometimes lose sight of the bigger picture. Assuming these exit polls are correct, what does it say about, what will be a landmark victory, and what does it say about India and our democratic process?
See, I'm in London at the moment, but all I can say is that people expected Modi to win and be our future Prime Minister, and he is going to be our Prime Minister again. But whether democracy, and they expect capex to go up, they expect expenditure on infrastructure to go up, they expect consumer expenditure to go up, and therefore they are feeling that, look, Mr. Modi has got India on the right track. There is no question in anybody's mind whether it's the right track or the wrong track. It is on one track, which is the right track. And you've got elections coming all over the world, whether Trump comes up in the USA, whether Sunak wins in England or not, because he's got on 4th July. You've got elections all over Europe as well. But look, Modi has taken the poor in the country up. Now, no matter how much we debate amongst us, we have this freedom of debating amongst all the upper income group and the whole lot. We will continue to debate till the end. But the voter, which is 600 or 700 million, of which the poor are the main voters who go, have given their verdict, because India is on the right track, whether unemployment is going up. Unemployment is in every part of the world, there's no question. But unemployment, if they spend on expenditure on consumer, on the infra, and as well as on capex growth, there is no question in the next 5 years unemployment not being taken care of. And therefore, Mr. Modi is very, very clear in democracy, very, very clear on having all the people on their side. Look, whether we win so many seats or whether BJP wins so many seats or not is besides the point. He is the future Prime Minister and he will lead India into becoming one of the most powerful countries in the world.
Ghanshyam, did the opposition, and it is increasingly becoming clear, get caught in what was, a Prime Minister's strategy of 400 par? You got caught in that narrative, started thinking only about 272, you forgot. It was about not ensuring that the BJP doesn't reach 400 par, the NDA doesn't cross that number of 400. When the magic figure or the majority mark is 272 only.
Good evening, Maria, to you, Vishnu, the fellow co-panelists and the viewers. There are three things that are interesting in this election. One is BJP has been trying to declare a victory even before the election started. They are trying to declare a victory even before the counting has started. And they are taking exit polls as a point of victory. We believe that when BJP said 400 par, they created a self-goal. And it is in the nervousness of that self-goal that Prime Minister went from in search of narratives from Hindu-Muslim to Mangal Sutra to meat to machli to mutton and eventually to mujra. That is for which Dr. Manmohan Singh said that this is lowest an Indian Prime Minister has gotten to. That's one. Second is that the exit polls are one set of story. But to say that, like Shehzad said, that this exit polls itself tell a story that unemployment is not a problem in India, inflation is not a problem in India, that this whole Hindu-Muslim meat mutton mujra narrative is not a problem in India and Mr. Narendra Modi can be compared to Nehru is a very false argument. Anybody can see through it that the unemployment story in India, when BJP says that they have given 44 crore mudra loans, and I ask anybody that have they received mudra loan, nobody says they have received mudra loan. So unemployment is an issue. People voted against BJP.
No, unemployment is always an issue. But can I just, Ghanshyam, and I don't mean to be rude about this, but if there are 10 exit polls which have completely said that the NDA is winning, and they're also winning massively, are you seriously still sticking to the 295 mark?
Absolutely.
You're hoping against hope.
Mr. Modi, before the exit polls, Vishnu said that 400 par. And bang the exit polls.
So that's what I'm saying. That may have been aspirational even by the BJP.
How nervous can a Prime Minister be to start talking about mujra as an election campaign model?
We are having a conversation today, Ghanshyam, after 10 exit polls, 10 of 10.
But it's the same set of people.
That your ideas, as laudable as they are just don't find merit among people.
Same set of the people. Same set of people that. See,
no,
this election, allow me to complete one point. This election, please allow me one point.
Defending any of the pollsters,
we did not wake up to the day of exit poll. We have observed this election every day since it was announced, and every day as an opposition spokesperson, I can say that we have defeated BJP on the ground, on social media narrative, on television narrative, and on the quality of ideas for India. We have defeated BJP
so I suppose
day.
We'll know in a few hours if that's the case, but Shehzad has a point. I suppose. Go ahead, Shehzad.
First of all, I just want to tell Ghanshyam that in next 15 hours, the verdict is going to be out. And if he is taunting me that I have declared victory before results, these are the bunch of people who do not accept verdict after results. 14, 17, 19, 22, 23. Please don't... please listen to me, and again the echo is coming. After the results came of these elections, election after election, have they accepted the results? Just now the same Ghanshyam Tiwari accepted the exit polls in Karnataka elections. The same Ghanshyam Tiwari, when the results came in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, he's still telling me that that was not a mandate on Berozgari and Mehengai. And today we have already got one exact poll in Arunachal Pradesh and in Sikkim. Maria, in Arunachal Pradesh, our BJP government has been repeated with a bigger mandate, and the Congress party is down to, I think, 1 seat and 5% vote share. In Sikkim, they have got less than Nota. And therefore, they are the ones who are not even accepting the result after the verdict. And finally, look at the narrative now. They have started saying, and Maria, it is very dangerous sign, they are saying that they will almost do a Capitol Hill kind of insurrection tomorrow if the results don't go in their way. Digvijay Singh says that if the results are in our favor, EVM is fine. If it is not in our favor, then it is an EVM result. Then we will not believe the result. Is this the attitude to have in a democracy?
Sure.
That means if you lose an election, you question the institutions, and if you win an election, you admit the result.
In fact, that, Shehzad, is my point. Amitabh Tiwari, you know, whenever an exit poll favors the opposition, they say that the exit poll got it exactly right. So, you know, I mean, it's whatever suits you, right?
Yeah, essentially whatever suits you. I mean, there is a scientific process behind it. Exit polls were right in 2014-19, at least predicting the direction of the trend. Seat-wise, they might be here and there. They were also right in UP when the exit polls were held. So, I mean, questioning... They were right in Karnataka when opposition won, when in Telangana.
Yeah.
So, the question is not that. The question is, why, if the results hold true, why is BJP headed for a third term, let's say? So, if you see why people are expected to vote for BJP, 51% of people who are voting BJP as per Access My India survey is development, Prime Minister Modi and the beneficiary status. Overall also, if you see issues, only 3% people are voting on inflation and 17% on other issues.
Sure.
So issue has a negative connotation to it. Unless you present a positive development agenda and you are able to communicate it to the people, amplify the message, explain to the people how differently are you going to tackle these issues, that probably remains a challenge for the opposition.
Mr.
If
Saravanan,
these results hold true, yeah.
You know, I mean, is this in a sense an election campaign on the BJP with, some would suggest, a very positive campaign, talking about the growth story of India, talking about what all they've done, talking about the future, versus a negative campaign where so many leaders in your alliance have just been targeting Narendra Modi on and on and on. And that's evidently not paid off. Isn't this potentially, if the exit poll results are right, about people with an aspiration in India seeing their dreams being realized? Isn't that the bigger picture?
Yeah, the way all of you are celebrating this exit poll, we can dispense with the actual counting. We can pick up a few cronies, ask them to conduct exit
No, so
poll.
we've not done an exit poll.
No.
So
I'm not talking about you. So allow me to speak. Can I speak without interruption?
Yeah, by all means. By all means.
Yeah. So we can dispense with this counting business, appoint 15-20 cronies who can give an exit poll and start celebrating this on live television.
The same exit poll is talking about India bloc winning Tamil Nadu. How should that be read, Mr. Saravanan?
See, I'm saying discount the exit poll. We talk about the issues the common man is facing. You think the people of India are going to vote for Mr. Narendra Modi and give him 370 seats because the petrol price is at 100 rupees, the LPG cylinder price is at 1,200 rupees? That is the issue.
No, Mr. Saravanan, I think Maria asked a pointed question which you definitely did not answer. She says, rightly, that in Tamil Nadu, your party is projected to do phenomenally well. So do you accept...
So what?
Do you accept...
So what?
No. So do you accept the exit poll results in Tamil Nadu but reject the exit poll results elsewhere in the country?
No, it's not about that. I'm not about questioning whether in the state of Tamil Nadu it is correct, it is there. I am asking, is it proper to project as though Mr. Modi has already become the third time Chief Prime Minister? I'm saying, wait, why are you jumping the gun? That is the point here. We will know what happens in the state of Tamil Nadu tomorrow.
No, so nobody is jumping the gun here. We just want to know what is exactly India bloc's plans, because you have not given a common minimum program. Neither did you come up with a common agenda in these elections.
Or a common leader.
Or a common leader.
India has a common minimum program. Does anybody elections are over? Can anybody say how many parties are there in this Narendra Surrender Alliance? Parties which have represent Mr. Narendra Modi and a set of parties who have surrendered in front of Narendra Modi. Even Amitabh would not know how many parties are there in NDA. So let us not go in a direction where NDA is indefensible. BJP is indefensible when you have Mr. Nitish Kumar going down in front of Narendra Modi.
We have a
NDA is a
Nitish Kumar's
surrender
representative here.
This is a blatant and brazen lie. I never expected such kind of, statement from GST Ghanshyam Tiwari. What he told that NDA started projecting and Narendra Modi that we are going to win 400. Didn't they? They were saying that they will win 300 and BJP will be reduced to 150. What will happen tomorrow and a day after tomorrow? All lies will be rest in peace from day onwards tomorrow, right? And all opposition party which were not together, neither they fought and contested in Bengal together, neither in Punjab nor in Kerala. Rahul Gandhi was opposed by any Raja of CPI. So listen, the nation know what is the truth. And the people of India are very much smarter than Ghanshyam Tiwari and Samajwadi Party and every other party. So what if they have, voted in favor of what the projection of all exit poll in favor of leadership of Narendra Modi? He is saying Narendra and surrender. No. Such an absurd comment on NDTV channel towards the Prime Minister. I really never expect something from Samajwadi Party. I have used respect for Akhilesh Yadav ji, but you cannot say like this. Second point is that Nitish Kumar has never surrendered in entire of his life before any political party. Every political party joined hand with Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar invited them with the concept of Susasan. So please don't say such thing on the very intellectual channel of NDTV.
With all due respect, as a journalist who covers Bihar,
I know you very
and that
well.
is the reason why I'm saying Nitish Kumar's politics is being questioned, particularly in these elections, and rightly so. Shama Mohammed, come in on this. Shama, I'm looking at the press release which has been put out by the Congress party. It's actually being criticized by your political opponents, the BJP. That is there some kind of call for mobilization tomorrow, which has been, of course, countered by Himanta Biswa Sarma just a few minutes back, where he is saying that ensuring a fair and peaceful counting process is our top priority. Strict instructions have been given to the police to maintain law and order. Any attempts to disrupt or to take the law into their own hands will be met with firm action, and we will not tolerate this behavior.
Okay, let's understand where the Congress party comes from. We fought independence with non-violence. That's how we got independence for this country. We are not the non-violent people. We are not somebody who is behind any sort of violence. So, of course, there is an election process. We also know the exit polls are not the right numbers. I'm telling you that. I have also been to many states. I have people also have come to me, especially numbers from UP are astounding, Haryana astounding. So all these numbers, Kerala, where it's gone from 12% to 26%, BJP is astounding to the core. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telangana. So we also have our numbers. No? We also understand where it stands. We also have made we have also done surveys. So it can't be just 303, 350 for the BJP. It doesn't work that way. So we understand that we definitely will follow whatever is happening, the mandate of the people we have always respected. We never subverted mandates. We know I've done it. The Bharatiya Janata Party subverted in Goa, Arunachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka. We know all the states. Subversion of democracy started the rule book, and we will see what happens tomorrow. How the counting happens.
That's a good and positive sign to say that you'll be waiting for the results tomorrow. Shehzad, you had a point. Go ahead.
Irony died 1,000 times. The Congress party's first use of 356 was against an democratically elected communist government, ironically from Kerala, the state that Shama Mohammed comes from. They imposed the emergency in 1975. That was subversion of democracy. And by the way, can Shama Mohammed tell me, she says we never practice violence. I think 1984 victims would have a different view. But Madam, please, I did not interrupt you. Don't subvert my time. Now, please speak in your turn. This is...
Can I speak,
Maria, I think we can do it in a better way.
One sec. Let him finish, Shama.
No, he's talking about 84, then I will speak about 2002. Who was behind 2002? Narendra Modi. So please let's not start about 1984.
But one second. No, Shama, if we start getting into a shouting match, then it just destroys the program. I won't allow that. I will allow you to come in. Let him make his point. Shehzad, go ahead.
Look, Maria and Vishnu, you guys have been covering politics for a very long period of time. The BJP has primarily been an opposition party. We've lost many a good election, but we've never questioned the electoral process. Today you have a situation where Jairam Ramesh has said that 150 DMs have been called up by Amit Shah and they've been threatened. The election commissioners have asked Mr. Jairam Ramesh for the proof yesterday. Then they told him that today by 7 p.m, because obviously the counting is tomorrow. Has Mr. Jairam Ramesh provided that? Since Shama Mohammed is the official national spokesperson, she must answer about who are these 150 DMs, why haven't they given the evidence of this yet? And secondly, let me give another proof. The RJD 3 hours ago have tweeted a statement of Samajwadi Party Balia candidate, and I quote his statement, counting mein dhandli hui to ya meri lash ya collector ki lash jayegi. I can show you the screenshot of the tweet which has been retweeted by RJD. This is the tweet.
So Shama,
is this
would
not
like
violence?
to respond to that very pointed question?
Now, please,
why
Maria,
did Jairam Ramesh make that statement in that tweet saying that DMs were under pressure, more than 100 of them? Where's the evidence?
Yeah, so let me ask you a counter question. Why is the Election Commission quite on violation of Model Code of Conduct by the Prime Minister of India? Give me an answer to that, Vishnu. You ask us questions, I'm asking a question. Why many a times when Muslims have been used
how Shama, respectfully, can I answer on behalf of the EC? I'm just asking you, I'm asking you for evidence on the basis of an allegation a very senior leader of your party has made. Where is the proof? The EC has asked for it as well.
There is evidence. That's why we are saying that. Just like the
There
EC
is
has
evidence?
been quite on the violation of Model Code of Conduct, we also know what is happening. So the EC has been very quiet. EC has been spineless and with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Being a Muslim, I can say how many times he has violated. He's called Muslims every word possible in this election. घुसपैठियां, आपका भैंस लेके उसको दे देंगे, आपका मंगलसूत्र लेके मुसलमानों को दे देंगे. What does people representations of people
and yet the use of this language evidently has not had an impact where the India alliance has gained. I mean, that's a reality which you might just have to accept. You know?
What reality? What reality?
The reality is that there are 10 exit polls out there who have said that you are losing these elections. And, you know, it's not about 400 par or 350 par. Even if it's more than 272, this is a Congress, this is a BJP which is going to come back to power for a third consecutive time. I mean, isn't that what the Congress needs to introspect on?
No, why should we introspect before the results come? What are the exit polls? Why should I go along with the exit polls?
But what about when exit polls work in your favor? I take your point. Shama, I take your point. I accept your point. You can't introspect before the results are out. But what about when exit polls favor the Congress party? Didn't exit polls favor the Congress party when the Karnataka elections took place? When Telangana took place? Didn't exit polls favor the Congress party when the Karnataka elections took place, when Telangana took place?
It favored us in Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh, the exit polls were very positive. See, I am not for somebody for exit polls personally. I want to wait for the people's mandate.
Okay, that's fine. So we are a few hours away from that. Maria.
Yes. So let's go back to the experts and look at what these exit polls are also indicating. Amitabh, it's breaking of myths if these numbers actually hold. Here is the party which became new BJP in 2014 and continues to become newer with every passing decade, in the sense that it has a plan and it is approaching those states with a plan. If these numbers actually hold, then even in Tamil Nadu and also Kerala, there could be increase in vote share.
You see, even if you see 2019 results, the party broke new grounds in eastern India.
Yes.
This time around, if the results hold true, what is it showing? It is showing that the party was aware that there could be losses, normal losses, natural losses in the Hindi heartland and in the western region, and that's why there was significant focus in southern India as well as eastern India. Now, most of the exit polls show that the party is gaining significantly in West Bengal and Odisha. Debatable, we'll see tomorrow. However, the poll of polls are showing that, and that is what we are discussing today. And even in the southern part of India, in 2019, BJP was the single largest party that many people do not seem to recollect. This time around, it ought to have made new ground in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, a few seats, but it is making some ground. And due to the alliance with TDP, it is projected to get a handful number of seats in Andhra. So that is likely to compensate for the losses in Karnataka, and it seems that the party is likely to gain in southern India and eastern India as well, because in southern India last time they had won only 1/4 of the seats, and in eastern India less than 50%.
Mr. Saravanan, you had a point to make? Go ahead.
Yeah. See, in the state of Tamil Nadu, the gentleman here comes and says that the BJP is going to open its core. We are there on the ground. It's not possible. If there is a party which will not get a single seat in the state of Tamil Nadu, it will be the BJP. Even if people does not want to choose DMK, they will only vote for ADMK. They're not going to vote for BJP. And this is the kind of exit polls which we say are false, palpably false, without knowing the ground, without knowing what is happening in the state of Tamil Nadu. Armchair experts are commenting that the BJP will open its account in South. It is going to compensate.
So irrespective, sir, of whether the BJP opens its account or not, the DMK is doing phenomenally well, right? You're winning more than 99% of seats.
We will get that. We will get that. I'm coming to that.
So what difference does it make if they've got one seat wrong?
I just want to make one point. See, I just want to make one point. Say 6 states: Maharashtra, Karnataka, Haryana, Delhi, Bihar, Jharkhand. 147 seats. The BJP won 135 seats last time. They are losing seats there. Where are they going to get those seats from? In Uttar Pradesh, they are not going to get that. In West Bengal, if these people say that they are going to get BJP is going to get 30 seats, that is the biggest joke. The same joke which was played in 2021.
But Mr. Saravanan, why are you getting so agitated when we said, and the exit polls predict that BJP could open its account? There was complete dismissal of the party also in 2019 in Telangana. Complete dismissal that the BJP will not be able to do anything also in Bengal in 2019. And look what happened. Sanjay Kumar, come in on this particularly. When we say that there is that growth that is happening of the BJP, there is a vote share which you have projected will increase, and also will the vote share of the Congress will increase. How is this pan-India, and where are the losses coming from?
Losses for the BJP.
Yes.
Let me first mention the increase for the BJP in the southern state, because this is not what we estimated, a couple of days ago or 7 days ago. We did a pre-poll survey in the first week of April, and right from the beginning we have been saying, based on that poll, the CSDS poll indicated that BJP is on the up in the states like West Bengal, Odisha, Telangana, Andhra, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Even in our post-poll survey, we are estimating that BJP is on the rise in all the states. In all the states, the BJP seats are going to be up. I'm not going state by state, but these are the states where BJP seems to be up. But my own sense is that BJP would be losing seats in Karnataka, Haryana. BJP will lose a few seats in Maharashtra, also in Bihar. So there are some states where BJP will suffer losses. I should also mention Rajasthan in the north. So there are states where BJP is losing from my assessment point of view. But I think BJP is increasing its footprint in the southern state is absolutely, I won't be using the word guaranteed, but I think it's very, very certain that BJP is improving its footprint in the southern states.
I just wanted to, I'll come to you in a moment, go across to Amitabh Tiwari. Is there an ideological shift among women voters in this country, or is the shift which has been taking place in favor of the BJP in the recent assembly elections also directly linked to targeted schemes?
I think it's directly linked to targeted schemes, because some of the schemes like the PM Ujjwala Yojana or the PM Awas Yojana or even the Ayushman Yojana, all these schemes or the construction of toilets has actually led more and more women across states to vote for the BJP. And if you see even this time's research, either of Access or any other survey, you will see that a higher number of women. So the lead of BJP, expected lead of BJP, let's say, is 8% as per Access My India. 5% of that is coming from women and 3% from men. So it does have an edge amongst women.
Ghanchap?
We are mocking our own country and our own women, daughters of India. If we are saying in Karnataka, BJP will surge after the mobility scheme of Karnataka government, after Prajwal Revanna holding hands with the Prime Minister and Prime Minister saying, vote for this monster and you will empower me. If daughters of Karnataka vote for BJP, and we believe that because of some exit poll is saying 10 exit polls are saying that that is walking allowed to complete. We are walking our own daughters when we believe that daughters of Uttar Pradesh are going to vote for Braj Bhushan Sharan Singh. Daughters of Delhi will vote for BJP when they saw that our women wrestlers were protesting. Daughters of Haryana will vote for BJP, or daughters of Rajasthan. Tell me one state. I challenge this entire August body. One new state that BJP is sweeping. One new state where BJP is increasing its tally in these various states. Not a one.
Vishnu,
in Uttar Pradesh they are disrupted. In Bihar they are disrupted.
Bengal.
Possibly. That's the best we can get. Then in Bengal,
which would be historic, absolutely.
No, it will not be historic. First of all, in 2021, BJP faced the worst loss in Bengal on the top of their propaganda, where because of their campaign, people were killed in Corona times, and the Election Commission was taken to task by the High Court.
I think Shehzad should respond to this.
BJP is not winning a single extra state except in exit polls. No one here can say that this is look at this state and this is this constituency. Youth don't support for BJP. Women don't support for the BJP. No single state in BJP kitty. As a result, exit polls are a bunch of sham that BJP can celebrate.
So we will see if they are a bunch of sham. Shehzad, go ahead.
10 seconds to me. 10 seconds.
It's only courteous.
Let me finish.
Yeah. No. Please let me complete. All the allegations are directed at me.
Yes, please go ahead, Shehzad.
Equal opportunity.
Yes.
You know, Ghanshyam, and don't interrupt me, we've already got one result in Arunachal Pradesh where our government has been repeated with a bigger mandate. Your part of your focus before, please do not.
Why are you
Ghanshyam, it's only courteous if I can speak. I did not interrupt you even once. Maria, can I please complete? If this is the way we are going to conduct this debate, if we are down to heckling on NDTV.
Democracy.
Are over, only the results are left. The autocracy debate could have happened till a few days back, but let him finish. Let him speak without being interrupted. Let's try and do that. And, you know, we've been fair. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, Vishnu, I came with the impression that at least on this debate, we would be all following a courteous way of debating, but clearly, you know, Ghanshyam Tiwari is behaving like his party's culture. Now, let me make my point. You know, till now, and campaigning period is over, but I don't know why Ghanshyam goes on and on about it. One of the big arguments was that look at what has happened to the women of Manipur. In entire Northeast, BJP is going to be kicked out. Today in Arunachal Pradesh, we have formed a bigger government. It's not the first time that people have been elected unopposed. Congress has had 21 MPs elected unopposed. The Congress has had several MLAs elected unopposed in the very same Arunachal and very same Northeast. So please, Ghanshyam Tiwari, your party does not have a presence outside Uttar Pradesh. You don't know much about the other states. The fact of the matter is that notwithstanding your propaganda, women of this country have seen their lives transformed, whether it's Beti Bachao scheme, whether it's the ownership of houses, whether it is the Ujjwala Yojana, whether it's permanent commission armed forces, or whether it's Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. So we don't need lecturing or sermonizing from a party which says boys will be boys. Now let me come to a larger point. Mr. Saravanan, you claim to have the interests of South India. How many states is DMK present in, apart from Tamil Nadu? The BJP had a government in Karnataka, we are opposition in Karnataka, we have a government in Puducherry, we have a sizable presence in Telangana, we have a strong alliance in Andhra, we have a presence in Kerala much bigger than the Muslim League, and this person refuses to believe and creates this north-south divide. And thirdly, please see one thing that people have missed. After 2011, not a single Congress government has been repeated, whereas our government repeated twice in the center. Now the third time is coming. Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Haryana, Tripura, all these states are repeating. Why? Because of rhetoric, because of Mangal Sutra and mutton, or because of performance, because of delivery. These things
Mr. Saravanan, reply to that.
In an unbiased manner.
Yeah, see, I'll answer that.
Shehzad, half a second, let him reply,
Yeah, see, the gentleman from Access India was saying that the BJP is expected to do well because they have been giving targeted welfare measures, which is targeting the women. If that is the criteria, then BJP cannot win that many seats in Karnataka, in Andhra Pradesh, in West Bengal. West Bengal, successful Lakshmi Bandar scheme, 2,000 rupees given to every woman. Are they going to vote for Mr. Modi? Are they going to vote for Madam Mamata Banerjee, who is giving them this targeted scheme, especially Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy? This kind of schemes he has implemented, similar.
She gave them Sandesh
for the
Khali
women.
also.
And Karnataka, Lakshmi, the scheme for 2,000 rupees for the women. So whom are they going to vote? If you take the same yardstick, that is why we are saying this crony
But Mr. Saravanan, you cannot take away one fact if these numbers actually hold, that there is a party which is expanding its footprints. And it may not be an immediate challenger to you, and you have reasons to think that in assembly elections, next when they come, BJP is not really a challenger. But here is a party which is entering southern India with all its might and is going very, very seriously. I would request all the guests to stay with us. This remains our top focus, and Vishnu and I will be back on this.
We need to take a short break. We'll come back in just a few moments. Stay tuned.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
Ennikalu ante NDTV.
इलेक्शन हवेदी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव सही मतलब NDTV.
तेरदल एनरोल NDTV.
चूंटणी એટલે NDTV.
वैसे शेयरिंग से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated, or maybe you do not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे share कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको Wi-Fi का नाम दिखता है, just next to it, or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में कहीं लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके Wi-Fi से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसी लगी ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
All right, welcome back. We're just a couple of hours. It's already getting fairly heated over here. I suspect it will be less heated once the results come out, one way or the other. So we start programming tomorrow at 6 in the morning. And from 7 a.m. onwards, slowly, perhaps by about 8 o'clock,
8 is
there'll
when
be
the postal ballots.
The postal ballots start coming out. Those just reflect what approximately 1% of the total number of votes, but it certainly gives us enough to talk about. And then I suppose, Amitabh, what 10 to 10:30
is when we can expect
you
results.
start getting a lot of leads. And the more leads...
10:30, 11ish we should get some.
And on an average, there'll be how many rounds if it's a Lok Sabha seat, constituency, parliamentary constituency, would be 15 to 16 rounds, I guess.
I'm not sure, sir. 2024?
Any booth, there'll be 18 to 20 rounds.
How many rounds when it comes to postal ballot counting?
One.
Amitabh, is it just
one round, but
just
the percentage is not high.
It also depends on the amount of time it takes.
Right.
It would take 1 hour, 30 minutes to 1 hour at least.
Okay.
I think the point, Maria, that I was trying to make is that it's unbelievable that by 12 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, most likely, unless there are disruptions, we'll know, the next government in power. And for an election as large as this, the strength of the electronic voting machine is truly something else. The opposition may dismiss it, dispute it, but without the evidence of something going drastically wrong, the fact of the matter is that the machines will decide the result by 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock, this entire process will effectively be over.
And a long 44-day process in this heat. And Sunil Alag, everybody, the entire world is watching the Indian results. Because in recent times, we have seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi set narrative at multiple levels, at diplomatic level in particular. He'll be heading, in case if the results hold and he returns to power with the mandate that he is projected by the exit polls, then he's likely to head for the G7 meeting as well. But talking about where you are and how is India being viewed, how are these elections being viewed, particularly in UK?
See, look, all I can say is, I'm not a member of any party over here, but all I can say is that regardless of number of seats, whether you get 400 par or you get 300, he is coming in as the Prime Minister. It's in every single newspaper that he will be the Prime Minister of India. Now, whether he reaches 350, 300, all he needs is 272. And there's no question of anybody's mind. Now, look, there are two kinds of elections that take place. One is the central Lok Sabha elections, and the other is the state elections. And the same voter is now become way intelligent in terms of either what he wants in the center and what he wants in the state. Everything that I've heard of all political parties, they keep on hammering that, look, in Tamil Nadu or in UP or anywhere else, look, when the state elections take place, they can give anybody that they like. But Lok Sabha is where they vote for the center. And that is where most of the poor in India, most of the middle class in India, no matter how much we debate, they say there is no clarity unless we have a power like Mr. Modi in the center. And therefore, they are voting. Look, when I was in Bombay before I left for London, look, I was standing and there was a lady who asked, what does the Shiv Sena symbol mean? Where do I vote? Because she wanted to vote for Modi. Now, that's all that is happening. Whenever you want to vote, look, 400 par might have been when we set budgets as CEOs of companies, we always make a particular target for everybody. And we'd say, look, don't make a target which is out of sight completely because then nobody believes in it. And if you keep a target which is out of reach, then maybe you will get whatever you want. Look, how many number of seats, as Vishnu has said, 272 seats is all that you need for Modi to become the Prime Minister again. Sunak, poor chap, is going around and he's going around in a bus here in London because his elections are on 4th July. And they say the wheels don't come off as yet, even though Labour is leading in UK. Look, everywhere Modi is coming back because he leads the nation properly. And India also is voting accordingly in Lok Sabha elections for the center to be most powerful. Whether they vote in the state in the same way or not, we have to see.
Yes, because there are three states which go to polls, assembly elections, and in all these three assemblies, exit polls, in these states, it is a different picture completely. It's the Congress which is seen to be gaining.
When you asked about a simple question in UK or whatever, look, they want, and there are only two parties now, where in UK there's either the Tories or in America they have only two parties left. And surely in India, ultimately at the end of 10 years, there will be only two parties left, no matter how many states we have. Look, whether there's Congress, whether there's Mamata, whether there's anybody else, look, ultimately you will leading India into into 2 or 3 or 4 parties maybe.
Okay.
That's all. So then its state elections are separate. I mean, look, the lady behind me, I don't know who was Shinde's party and who was Uddhav Thackeray's party. I was voting for Modi. And there was no BJP candidate in Malabar Hill area in South Bombay. And you voted for the party that represents Mr. Modi. Now that's all. And state elections are when you vote for different parties, if you want, or different leaders. So therefore you can carry on debating.
Right.
You can carry on debating.
I get your point. I just, we've got Shama back. So what, 295 is what you're still going with, Shama? You're confident that the India Alliance will manage that?
We are confident. India Alliance is very confident of their victory. See, we also have ground reports, When I saw the exit polls, I was also shocked. So there is a limit. See, we counted every state. Like I said, Haryana was last time 10 out of 10 for the BJP. It's impossible. They got 25 in Karnataka. Impossible. They got 7 out of 7 in Delhi. Impossible. They got in Uttarakhand 5 out of 5. Himachal 4 out of 4 or 3 out of 4 if I'm not wrong. 17 in Bihar. 18 in West Bengal. They got 62 in UP. They're going down in UP. They're going down in Maharashtra. So they, wherever I know West Bengal, they'll go down. So where are they gaining? They are definitely not gaining in Kerala. They are not gaining in Karnataka. They are not gaining in Tamil Nadu. They are not gaining in Telangana. The only gain I see is they are with TDP. They might gain in Andhra. That's all.
Okay, Shehzad, you want to reply to that?
And I hear Odisha.
Shama says the math doesn't add up.
So I fail to understand where are they going to get these numbers.
Okay, let's try and get an answer to that.
Very well, let me tell. So,
Shehzad, go ahead.
You know, elections, Maria, and you would know, are more about chemistry, not about arithmetic. But having said that, here is a party which is trying, when you asked how you getting 295, is asking about how BJP is not going to get the number of seats it has got last time. So that in itself shows a defeatist attitude. Forget that. I have a larger point to make here because NDTV is watched by millions of people. Can you have a commitment from the Samajwadi Party and from the Congress Party that they will tomorrow accept the verdict, whatever it is, rather than come out on the streets and indulge in a Capitol Hill kind of insurrection? Can you take that commitment from them?
Ghanshyam, first
we are not a party that grows on riots. The party that grows on riots is asking commitment from parties that believe in non-violence, that believe in
Muzaffarnagar. I think Muzaffarnagar people know.
Rapists of Bilkis Bano to give them free cheat.
They won't accept the verdict is the question.
This is absurd.
All right. Ghanshyam says no violence, no insurrection.
And supported every time.
Shama Mohammed, will you be protesting out on the streets tomorrow, irrespective? If things don't do well, you'll be celebrating, obviously, if you do well.
I said we follow the rule of law, the Congress Party.
Okay, so that I think that should be the spirit, because it's the people of this country who have voted, and that is the way the various political parties should take these results, rather than the calls that are being made of some kind of mobilization, because that's not how the electoral process in general, Vishnu, should be undermined.
It shouldn't be that way.
It should not be.
Well, we've run out of time on this program, and a lot of you have...
IPC 295, they have claimed that they will win 295. What IPC 295 says in Indian Penal Code, communal conflict, simply.
All right.
So what they will tomorrow do, really we don't know.
Let's hope.
Workers of Samajwadi Party,
You've got two
tomorrow the results are coming.
Political leaders on this program saying that that will not happen. As Maria and I sign off this evening, we'd like to wish all of you across the board all the very best. It's been a very, very hectic 44 odd days. It all comes to an end tomorrow, but it's all about what India gains tomorrow that we've been trying to look at. The bigger story of India in these elections.
Thank you so much, and thanks for watching. Join us tomorrow morning from 6 a.m. with our special coverage.
Good night.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ settings को इस तरीके से tweak करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका screen on रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने networks को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activity जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग, काफी फोन्स में जो होता है, जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैनुलर हो जाती है, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो येस, यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using all these MacBooks for almost, I don't know, like how many years. In fact, जो Windows लैपटॉप भी होते हैं उसमें भी आपको इनबिल्ट एक डिफेंडर का ऑप्शन मिलता है. एंड इवन फॉर मैक्स, as long as you know what you're doing, आपको किसी एंटीवायरस की जरूरत नहीं है. That's my honest recommendation. So please don't worry about your system. Just use it. No need to install any antivirus. Honest answer for you.
Easy, I feel that regularly updating my phone makes it slower. So I have switched off the automatic update. Will it be a problem?
See, it depends. Okay, if your phone is like, let's say 1-2 साल पुराना ही है, तो you should turn on the updates because it's very crucial for you to receive these updates. नए फीचर्स मिलेंगे वो अलग बात है, बट द सेम टाइम यू ऑल्सो गेट एनहांस्ड सिक्योरिटी विद ऑल दीज अपडेट्स, तो वो आपके लिए जरूरी हो जाता है. बट येस, आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड द सिचुएशन इफ योर फोन इज लाइक लेट्स से 3-4 years old, तो बिकॉज ऑफ दीज न्यू अपडेट्स कमिंग इन जहां पे नए फीचर्स बहुत बार होते हैं, योर फोन माइट फील थोड़ा स्लो हो रहा है. तो उस टाइम पे इट्स अप टू यू टू बी ऑनेस्ट. आई मीन, इफ यू वांट टू गेट दीज फीचर्स, आपको अपडेट करना ही पड़ेगा. बट देन इफ यू फील दैट यू आर हैप्पी विद योर फोन, आपका सारा काम सही से हो रहा है, तो you can turn off the updates as well. And then once the update comes in, you can search online and look for other people's feedback कि उनको अपने फोन में कैसा एक्सपीरियंस हो रहा है, and then you can decide if you want to get that update or you want to skip that one. फ्रेंड, आपके घर के लेआउट पे ये डिपेंड करता है, बिकॉज इन इंडियन हाउस होल्ड्स वी हैव डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ ज्योमेट्री गोइंग ऑन. अगर हम घर के अंदर की बात करते हैं, सम एरियाज माइट हैव अ डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ फ्लोरिंग ऑल टुगेदर. घर में कहीं पे कारपेट होगा, कहीं पे कारपेट नहीं होगा, कहीं पे वुडन फ्लोरिंग है, कहीं पे मार्बल लगा है, कहीं पे टाइल्स है. तो इट बिकम्स थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट कंसिडरिंग आवर इंडियन हाउस होल्ड्स, द वे